Oh, right. Yeah. I'm muted. There. That makes more sense, everybody. Thanks. But I'm just fixing things. Sorry. Give me 1 second. All right, we've got John from Delta 9. Thanks again for joining us, buddy. How you doing? Aha, I fixed it. I figured it out, everybody. Sorry, that took me 1 second, but I had to get there. Okay. Now that we're there, let's try that again. Here is the John Arbuthnot video interview talking about everything regarding growing here in Manitoba, the business, and how they developed Delta 9's brand. So sorry about that, everybody. Take it away, John. All right, we've got John from Delta 9. Thanks again for joining us, buddy. How you doing?
I'm well, Steve. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. I'm really glad to have you here. Talking about Delta 9, everything you're doing for the community, regarding regarding your expansions, what you're doing with the community regarding the micro growers. I just love hearing from you, but I know a lot of people in the community want to hear from you. So while you give the people out there watching a little bit of background as to who John is and what Delta 9 is doing, I'm going to spark up this lovely dew of some. Isn't there audio? What is the audio, folks? All right, well, we're just gonna try this again here. I'm not really sure what's going on here, folks, but we're trying. So just give me 1 more second, all right? Yeah. Not really sure why it's not playing. So in the meantime, we're gonna play some background music. Oh, I think I fixed it. All right, we've got John from Delta 9. Thanks again for joining us, buddy. How you doing?
I'm well, Steve. Thank you for having me.
Send me a text and let me know if you can hear the audio. I'm really glad to have you here. I can't hear the audio. Everything you're doing for the community, and it's weird. Regarding your expansions, what you're doing with the community regarding the micro growers. I just love hearing from you, but I know a lot of people in the community want to hear from you. So while you give the people out there watching a little bit of background as to who John is and what Delta 9 is doing, I'm going to spark up this lovely dew of some CBD skunk haze, Delta 9. Pretty nice. It's something that. All right, everybody. Let's just go to some music. How's that? Can we go to some music for a second? Let me play some music here for a second. I'm gonna play some music, and we're gonna sort this problem out. All right. Just give me 1 second. We're just gonna play. We are going to play one of our DJs, DJ Cyclone, okay? We are going to play DJ Cyclone. He's going to do it up with his set, and I'm going to get back to you regarding the music or the videos, okay? So everybody listen to this, and I will be right back.
Welcome back to Cyclone. Here's my photonista.
Excuse me.
This guy's pretty good, actually.
For 1 second. Hi, kids. Do you like violence? Wanna see me stick 9 hits?
I'll be right back, everybody.
Wanna copy me and do exactly like I did? Try sin and get fucked up worse than my life is? My brain's dead weight. I'm trying to get my head straight, but I can't figure out which Spice Girl I wanna impregnate. Dr. Dre said,
Slim Shady, you a basic. Why's your face red? Man, you wasted.
Well, since age 12, I felt like I'm someone else, cause I own my original self from the top bump to the belt. Got pissed off and ripped hammer the lead shit off and smacked it so hard I knocked the close patches like Chris Paul. I smoke a fat pound of grass and fall on my ass faster than a fat bitch who sat down too fast. Come here, slut. Shady, wait a minute, that's my girl, dog. I don't give a fuck, God sent me to piss the world off. My name is, 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 my English teacher wanted to flunk me in junior high. Thanks a lot. Next semester I'll be 35. I smacked him in his face with an eraser. Chased him with a stapler. Stapled his nuts to a stack of paper. Walked in a strip club. Had my jacket zipped up. Blast the bartender. Then stuck my dick in a tip cup. Extraterrestrial. Running over pedestrians in a spaceship while they screaming at me. 99% of my life I was lied to. I just found out my mom is more dope than I do. I told her I'd grow up to be a famous rapper. Make a record about doing drugs and name it after. You know you grew up when the women rush your stands. Try to touch your hands like some screaming Usher fans. This guy right past, so ask for my autograph. So I signed it. Dear Dave, thanks for the support, asshole. My name is, 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 stop the tape. This kid needs to be locked away. Get it, Dr. Dre. Don't just stand there and operate. I'm not ready to leave. It's too scary to die. I'll have to be carried inside the cemetery and buried alive. Am I coming or going? I can barely decide. I just drank a fifth of vodka. Damn me to drive. Go ahead. All my life I was very deprived. I ain't had a woman in years. My palms are too hairy to hide. Clothes ripped like the Incredible Hulk. I spit when I talk. I fuck anything that walks. Come here. When I was little, I used to get so hungry I would throw fits. How you gonna breastfeed me, mom? You ain't got no tits. I lay awake and strap myself in the bed with a bulletproof vest on and shoot myself in the head. Bang. Steaming mad. By the way, when you see my dad, yeah, tell him that I slit his throat in his dream I had. My name is, 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 my name
As I look up at the sky, my mind starts tripping, a tear drops my eye. My body temperature falls. I'm shaking and they breaking, trying to save the dough. Pumping on my chest and I'm screaming. I stop breathing, damn, I see demons. Dear God, I wonder, can you save me? I can't die, my womb was about to have my baby. I think it's too late for praying. Hold up, her voice spoke to me and it slowly started saying,
bring your lifestyle to me, I'll make it better.
and how long will I live?
Eternal life and forever.
Or will I be the G that I
I'll
was?
make your life better than you can imagine or even dreamed of. So relax your soul, let me take control. Close your eyes, my soul.
My eyes are closed. I'm fresh up out my coat. I got my mama and my daddy and my homies in my coat. It's gonna take a miracle, ain't safe for me to walk again and talk again. But anyway, I get furnished some keys to get back on my feet. And everything that nigga said came to reality. Living like a baller low, I'm having money and blowing hella chronic smoke. I bought my mama a Benz, my boo-boo was Jack, and now I'm rolling in the 9 twists, ain't L, don't break.
Just remember who changed your mind, cause when you start set tripping, that ass is mine.
A great proceed to smoke weed. Never have a want, never have a need. They say I'm greedy, but I still want more. Cause my eyes wanna journey some more. But it out.
Check it out.
Where it was they gave me. I'm on my way to Chino, rolling on the great ghost shack, go from head to toe. 25 with the SL, with nowhere to get, so I know them niggas from the other side recognize my face, cause it's the OG, D-O-double-G-L-B-C. Man, dogging niggas, cause I don't care. Red jumpsuit with 2 braids in my hair. Niggas stare as I enter the center. They send me to a level 3 yard, that's why I stay late night. I get too much scraping on the floor. Niggas get
trying to steal an Alpine. Chasing up the street to call the troops. The silly cut head pulls out a deuce deuce. Little did he know I had a loaded 12 gauge. One sucker did LA Times front page. Cause the boys in the hood are always hard. You come talking the trash, we'll pull your car. Knowing nothing in life but to be legit. Don't quote me, boy, cause I ain't said shit. By a nappy ass. She started talking shit. Wouldn't you know? Reached back like a pep, slapped the hoe. My father jumped up and he started to shout. So I threw a right cross, cold knocked him out. Cause the boys in the hood are always hard. You come talking that trash, we'll pour your car. Knowing nothing in life but to be legit. Don't fool me, boy, cause I ain't said shit. Walking home, I see the G he'll do some time. Cause the boys in the hood are always hard. You come talking that trash, we'll pull your car. Knowing nothing in life but to be legit. Don't fool me, boy, cause I ain't said shit.
I get. Hello. I started this gangster shit, and it's the motherfucking thanks I get. Hello. The fucking world is a ghetto, full of magazines, full clips, and heavy metal when the smoke settle. I'm just looking for a big yellow. In 6-inch stilettos, Dr. Dre. Hello. Percolating, keep 'em waiting while you sitting there hating. Your bitch is hyperventilating, hoping that we penetrating. You get sneaking, cause I never been to Satan. For hardcore administrating, gangbang affiliating. MC Renner had you wildin' off the zone, and a whole half a gallon. Get the dialing. 911 emergency, you can tell him. It's my son, he's hurting me, and he's a felon. On parole for robbery, ain't no copping a plea, ain't no stopping a G. I'm in a 6, you got to hop in a 3. Company monopoly, you handle shit sloppily. I drop a key properly. They call me the Don Dada, pop a collar, drop a dollar. If you hear me, you can holler, even Rottweiler. Follow the Impala, wanna talk about this concrete nigga? I'm a scholar, the incredible, heterosexual, credible. Bag a hoe, let it go, dick ain't edible, nigga ain't federal. I plan shit while you handpick motherfuckers giving up transcript. I started this gangster shit, and it's the motherfucking thanks I get. I started this gangster shit, and it's the motherfucking thanks I get. Villain blows up your spot. Take your notebook, your bitch, and your clock. This motherfucker thought the Gucci had a padlock. You slapped her ass, that's alarming. Cause she want my worm like Carmen. We chin check niggas, them thin check niggas. Run trains on gold diggers, beware these faux niggas. Scaring motherfuckers like Stephen King flicks. Making niggas glitter room like a dyke flea dick. Making second to none shit, nigga like quick. So when I bomb first, nigga, who you rolling with? Fuck that ice on your wrist, fuck your fine ass bitch. Cause you can lose it in a tussle, nigga, watch me hustle. Watch niggas kiss my ass without flexing a muscle. Bitches all in the back, they knees waiting to buckle. Same time, same channel, don't change the dial. Niggas for life, fucking your wife, these niggas wild. I started this gangster shit, and it's the motherfucking thanks I get. I started this gangster shit, and it's the motherfucking thanks I get. Did I fall off? Got you in your room, ripping every chronic poster on your wall off. It's cause I put away the sawed off. Now I got you sitting back with a smirk, listening with your arms crossed. Questioning Dre's credibility. What? Wondering if it's still in me to produce hits. Y'all be killing me as if I need to make more. I got a mansion and 6 cars that I paid for. Suck my dick. We came a long way from not giving a fuck. Selling tapes out of a trunk to moving this far up. Now we got the whole world starstruck. Made a million plus, still don't give a motherfuck. Motherfucker, I'm right.
To make your moves, moving up the soothe, slow and low, and you go inside a bass up groove. So fuck it, it's gotta be, ain't no need to discuss it. So I'm finna kick this shit. I got the blood rhymes created by the top, most definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna be by the fucking with some badass well. Ain't no joke, he's so present, cold though, every time I smell it, and I'm seeing the smoke. That's the bad breath band, and you know it's a storm. Stay away, cause they're broken knock you up. That boy is cross soda, I don't understand. That's the brother side of farm and burn his hand. He's a search destroyer. Illusory killer, a comedy employer, a young mom filler. Now that's the fact, best case. I was gonna miss to take hits, but the way buddies always in effect, feeling like that burning. Fucking the bitches with a firewall burning with a winch of a girl. Just as funky as well. I mean, he has a little woman that can match his smell. He has a girlfriend that's not for 10. She uses deodorant that's made for men. But slip wallpaper all over the house. Oh shit, yeah boy, that's what I'm talking about. They need 10 bars of soap, 3 boxes of Tide. To make them presentable to go outside, and my story is true. In my opinion, candid, but that is my tale of the bad red bandit. happens. Stop. If the bitch is there around the way, you gonna say, yep. Let's talk about a girl who's a bona fide witch. Name is Tammy, better known as Bitch. The boys in the hood always treat her like nigga. Quicker the way they got you around and then sticker. Not saying she mine, she's the first class geek. Always gonna jock, but only if she's a man with the money and the looks to show. So you think she's a witch? Yeah, Tammy's a material hoe. You get paid, then you can rock a crossfade, or you got the right to make a bitch get paid. Tammy's the process like when you use a computer, use her and do her like they did in the old days. How when she knows to get the knowledge is there. So they play that she's slutty and she tell them she don't care, but try to keep her clear. Even though she is pretty, but we only use Tammy for gifts to the city. Right on. Plus, Tammy ain't the only fuck.
This one, take it around and call my guy.
Come on,
Now this one, dedicated to man and call my guy for. And on 007 James Bond, spy man inside the area. Maximum respect to the man and call my skill. And the most of those do so drink it, but from wicked.
92. Just smoking chronic and hopes they know this buzz for you. So just take a chill. Way down the fence. Started off young, but ended up with some financial business. This is the difference whether written by no arm. I can get it funky, kick it in like a donkey. I never stop rocking unless I'm really, really have to. Even if you rapping, switch off the bomb to the back because I ain't dead as a paper. It's all I need. I grab the bomb, grab the lighter, and then proceed. Saying God to myself, God, I ain't no crook. The rhythm take, won't you try that funky hood? You got the flavor of a pre-go, but you can get off my stick for the 12-inch shit. Go, there's nothing goes for that in the hi-hat. Only thing I know your last style like a rapper rap, but they gotta dance to my group though. There's all the brothers that I know need a bit for my album, straight walk, roof. Coming off crazy, cause you got it, really good. Break on the slide, they gotta grip it out. Let's go up in the hood, right, wrong. My profession and I'm the type of brother that's spit the end just like a referee. That's why that's why I get some records under my tree. Just like it like cause everything is like easy going on my team. Nowadays, and it's not a secret. Cause other folks don't treat other folks I like to eat. That's why I don't care, just my brother that I am today. Holding my own show and time. Favorite thing good, trying to keep my kids bumping. It's not even one paper boy, got your bumping. One morning I'm getting out of a bed. With nothing mental stupid, don't play the fool. But the answer was shot, you got to go to school. She's running up and down and everybody know. Rapping, rocking, popping in the street kid show. Mike, she rock the house and you know what I'm saying. Now when he's on a mic, there will be no delay. So you better love to see him in your neighborhood. Here's rapping, rocking all the way to Hollywood. Hey, check it out, these are the words we say. Yo, scream with us, we need a holiday. We're gonna ring a dong for the holiday. Put your arms in the air, let me hear you say. We're gonna ring a dong for a holiday. Put your arms in the air, let me hear you say. We're gonna ring a dong for a holiday. Mike and D and Sweat, we're here to stay. We're gonna ring a dong for a holiday. Hey, check out the new style we just played.
We are going on a summer holiday. If you want to go, you'll swim. We go into London and New York City, and we take a little piece of Amsterdam, right? We are going on a summer holiday. If you want to go, you'll swim. We go into London and New York City, and we take a little piece of Amsterdam, right?
I want a holiday, I've screamed a lot. The only thing is cool, the only thing I've got is West Paris told me. I better know when hanging on the street in the big get show ain't about rocks. What happened to you? I told him it's my life and I know what I'm doing. I saw it at school, I thought I'd never stay. If you've been 7 weeks again, I need my holiday.
Well, this is my partner with the #1 jam. Famous in the boogie bumps in Amsterdam. He's the fastest rapper, your name is Micah G. His rap is stronger than the soccer MC. Well, let me show you what my man can do. Rapping, rocking, popping, and the boogaloo too. But anyway, no more delay. Just listen to the beatbox he will play.
My name is MC Sweat, and I also DJ, and I like this good. So took another way, you like a Mike and G, so I use my voice. And soon the bodyguards take the beat Rolls Royce. That's right, my name is Mike and G. I use the holiday with the F-I-C on the street. Was a wine bigger than Hollywood. I grew up in this world, started in the neighborhood.
We're gonna ring a dong for a holiday.
Put your arms in the air, let me hear you say.
We're gonna ring a dong for a holiday.
Put your arms in the air, let me hear you say.
We're gonna ring a dong for a holiday.
Mike and D and Sweat, we're here to stay.
We're gonna ring a dong for a holiday.
Hey, check out the new style we just played.
We are going on a summer holiday. If you want to go, you'll swim. We go into London and New York City, and we take a little piece of Amsterdam, right? We are going on a summer holiday. If you want to go, you'll swim. We go into London and New York City, and we take a little piece of Amsterdam.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Motherfuckers better know. Lock your windows, close your doors. Keep you small. Yeah. My man Imp left a tech and a 9 at my crib. Turned himself in, he had to do a bid. A 1 to 3, he be home the end of 93. I'm ready to get this paper, G. You with me? Motherfucking right. My pockets looking kinda tight. And I'm stressed, yo Biggie, let me get the vest. No need for that, just grab the fucking gap. The first pocket that's fat, then take it to his back. Or his ball, I'ma smoke him, yo don't fake no move. What? Treat it like boxing, stick and move, stick and move. You ain't got to explain shit. I've been robbing motherfuckers since the slave ship. With the same clip and the same 4-5, 2-point blank, a motherfucker sure to die. That's my word, nigga even try to go guard. Have his mama singing it's so hard. Yes, love your fucking attitude. Because the nigga play pussy, that's the nigga that's getting screwed and bruised up. From the pistol whipping, webs on the neck from the necklace stripping. Then I'm dipping up the block and I'm robbing bitches too. Up the herringbones and bamboos. I wouldn't give a fuck if you're pregnant. Give me the baby rings and the #1 mom pendant. I'm slamming niggas like Shaquille. Shit is real. When it's time to eat a meal, I rob and steal. Cause Mom Duke ain't giving me shit. So for the bread and butter, I leave niggas in the gutter. Word to mother, I'm dangerous. Crazier than a bag of fucking angel dust. When I bust my gap, motherfuckers take dirt naps. I'm all that and a dime sack. Where the paper at? When he's sticking you, I'm taking all your money. Give me the loot, give me the loot. 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 Big up, it's a stick up, and I'm shooting niggas quick if you hiccup. Don't let me throw my clip up in your back and head piece, the opposite of peace. Sending Mom Duke a reef. You're talking to the robbery expert. Step into your wake with your blood on my shirt. Don't be a jerk and get smoked over being resistant. Cause when I lick shots, the shit is persistent. Goodness gracious, the papers. Where the cash at? Where the stash at? Nigga, pass that before you get your brain ducked from the main thug. 357 slugs, and my nigga Biggie got an itchy one trip.
It's gonna ride. Guess I had to go to that place to get to this one.
Read my lyrics off of this paper before I lay them. But you won't take the sting out these words before I say them. Cause ain't no way I'm gonna let you stop me from causing mayhem. When I say I'm gonna do something, I do it. I don't give a damn what you think. I'm doing this for me. So fuck the bird, feed it beans. It's gassed up. You think it's stopping me? I'ma be what I set out to be. Without a doubt, undoubtedly. And all those who look down on me, I'm tearing down the balcony. No advance to bust, I'm trying to ask him why, how can he? From infinite down to
Happy 420. This last one is a classical banger.
Whichever comes first, for better or worse. He's married to the game, like a fuck you for Christmas. His gift is a curse. Forget the earth, he's got the urge to pull his dick from the dirt and fuck the whole universe. I'm not afraid to take a stand, take a stand. Everybody, come take my hand, come take my hand. We'll walk this road together through the storm, whatever weather, cold or warm. Let me know that you're not alone. I'll look if you feel like you make it say some shit.
I'm Cyclone local from Winnipeg.
King, you lied through your teeth for that fucking feelings. Instead of keeping crown, you keeping cap into the fans. I never let you down again, I'm back. I promise to never go back on that promise. In fact, let's be honest, at last we last see was there. Perhaps I ran them accents into the ground. Relax, I ain't going back to that now. All I'm trying to say is get back, quick back, cloud. Cause I ain't playing around. It's a game called Circle and I don't know how. I'm way too up to back down. But I think I'm still trying to figure this crap out. Thought I had it mapped out, but I guess I didn't. This fucking black cloud still follows me around, but it's time to exercise. These demons, these motherfuckers are doing jumping jacks. I'm not afraid to take a stand, take a stand. Everybody, come take my hand, come take my hand. We'll walk this road together through the storm, whatever weather, cold or warm. Let me know that you're not alone.
We got Master Sly Sly playing at 1:50 p.m. Talking some hip hop.
I'm breaking out of this cage. I'm standing up. I'ma face my demon. I'm manning up. I'ma hold my ground. I've had enough. Now I'm so fed up. Time to put my life back together right now. It was my decision to keep clean. I did it for me. Admittedly, I probably did it subliminally for you. So I can come back a brand new me. You have seen me through. And don't even realize what you did. Cause believe me, I've been through the ringer. But taking too little to the middle finger. I think I got a tear in my eye. I feel like the king of my world. Haters can make like bees with no stingers and drop dead. No more beef flingers, no more trauma from now on. I promise to focus solely on handling my responsibilities as a father. So I solemnly swear to always treat this group like my daughters and praise it. You couldn't let the single on it. Cause the way I feel, I'm strong enough to go to the club or the corner pub and lift the whole liquor counter up. Cause I'm raising the bar. I shoot for the moon, but I'm too busy gazing at stars. I feel amazing and I'm not afraid.
Nice. Okay, that was Cyclone, everybody. Very nice. Very nice. Thanks for the shout out. I appreciate it a lot. That was pretty dope. Now, if you just want to give me 1 second here, everybody, I'm going to bring back, and I figured out the problem, just so we're clear on that. So, be right back. Okay. Well, that was Cyclone. Awesome. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate you being part of the show. Just so you're aware, everybody, I fixed the freaking problem. I'm going to tell you what happened. So I have a ton of these videos recorded, pre-interviews with all the greatest industry leaders, cannabis enthusiasts, that kind of stuff. I have all the videos pre-recorded. It was going to be a great informative thing. But for some reason, when I was playing them on the share screen thing, it wasn't showing me the audio. So I was panicking, thinking that you folks as the audience couldn't hear it. That's my panic. Whew. So I tried figuring everything out. I ended up putting you guys on hold for a bit. I had to plug in a different webcam, pointed at my screen while I figured out the problem. But it ends up you guys could hear the audio the whole time. So we're going to just jump right back in to some interviews. This is John Arbuthnot. Okay. He's from Delta 9. He'll be talking about cannabis, the beginning of the industry, is how it started here in Manitoba. And how they really got into the recreational market, so to speak. And there's a lot more into it than you would think, actually. So we're going to play that. And I hope that you folks enjoy the interview. When we come back, we're going to do a quick... Oh, sorry. We're going to do a quick giveaway for that dab rig, and then we're going to talk about the next prize pack that we're giving away, which I believe is another bong. So tune in for that right away. So in this John Arbuthnot interview, I think at the end I mentioned a prize pack, but if I don't, I'll tell you how to win this dab rig and everything that goes along with it right at the end of this. So enjoy John Arbuthnot, everybody. All right, we've got John from Delta 9. Thanks again for joining us, buddy. How you doing?
I'm well, Steve. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. I'm really glad to have you here. Talking about Delta 9, everything you're doing for the community, regarding your expansions, what you're doing with the community regarding the micro growers. I just love hearing from you, but I know a lot of people in the community want to hear from you. So while you give the people out there watching a little bit of background as to who John is and what Delta 9 is doing, I'm going to spark up this lovely dew of some CBD skunk haze. Delta 9, pretty nice. It's something that I'm not gonna lie, I normally wouldn't buy, but people love it, and now that I've smoked it, it's pretty good. So go buy some and get some of the Keef too. It's called Sapphire. Amazing. Draw, take it away.
Yeah, no, that CBD skunk haze, Steve. That's actually my go-to. For anyone looking for something that's lighter on the THC end, and buy some of the CBD side kind of mellow you out. That's my go-to. I don't think we can go any further than that in terms of advertising or marketing, but or endorsements. But that's as far as I can go. No.
Well, it's definitely. I can feel the terpenes already in my mouth. They're great. They taste amazing. So I'll shut up. You talk, and I'm gonna enjoy this.
Hey, no, perfect. No, I appreciate you having me, Steve. I mean, for those who don't know a ton about us, Delta 9, we're probably one of the oldest cannabis companies in Canada. We were licensed on the medical side for cultivation and distribution of medical patients back in 2013. Early years of the company, here in Manitoba, were fairly modest. Small grow facility producing, distributing product to a few thousand medical patients nationwide. Here in Canada, 2017 became the real growth year for us. We knew legalization was coming. The government in place. Obviously significant growth opportunity. We ramped up the production operations, cultivation operations significantly from 2017 to date.
Nice.
We now operate about 95,000 square feet of flower and canopy. We use our call it proprietary grow pod system, so retrofitted shipping containers, dialing in components that I guess dial in product quality, so temperature, humidity, light intensity, all that stuff. Dialed in very precisely within our growing modules. So we're growing in 297 of these modular production pods right now, about 8,500 kilos or 8.5 tons. I always wanted to get our cannabis business to the point where we were producing tons of cannabis, which we now are.
I think that's a pretty epic milestone, just for those people out there. I mean, I know we all like to grow a lot of weed, but this guy literally grows a ton of weed.
Hey, yeah, no, it's a good milestone. We'll take it as that. And we distribute products across 6 provincial markets right now. So all of Western Canada, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC, Ontario, and most recently Newfoundland. In terms of distribution. So we're distributing our products, exposure to kind of, call it 25 million plus potential Canadian consumers. We operate a bunch of retail stores as well. We have 12 now bricks and mortar retail stores, 9 here in Manitoba.
How many provinces do you have for retail? Just Manitoba?
Sorry? 9 stores in Manitoba, 1 in Saskatchewan, and 2 in Alberta. And we are looking to expand that chain out, across Western Canada. Love the prairie markets. We get a great amount of, reception from consumers in prairie markets. We try and target, call it high traffic shopping centers. So, anywhere where we can co-locate with liquor, grocery, pharmacies, fast food. Fast food loves us. Yeah. Fast food loves us.
I bet. No, that's actually funny. You guys, I know you guys just opened a store at the Northgate location. Anybody who knows me knows I grew up in Northgate. So I feel like I have a connection with that store, even though I haven't been there yet. So anybody, it's on McPhillips, the old Northgate, new Northgate, go check it out. That's like my home as far as I'm concerned. Anyway,
Northgate opened this week. I mean, just from a Manitoba perspective, I mean, you know, that initial rollout to legalization, you know, we saw certain areas of the city totally underserviced. Now that Manitoba has opened things up for more stores, you know, we're looking to round out, you know, kind of where we're represented in the city of Winnipeg, in particular in the province. Over this past year, we rolled out click and collect, same day delivery across a number of markets. So we were previously same day delivery in Winnipeg.
Okay.
I rolled that out in Brandon and Thompson. We've rolled out click and collect at every single one of our stores. So you know what, like if through COVID you're looking for contactless shopping options, absolutely check out the click and collect options. You can roll up to a store, we check your ID through the window, we put the product in the trunk. You know, so kind of seamless for people. But Northgate's, you know, it kind of rounds out our portfolio in terms of stores in the north part of the city. And sales for the first few days, it looks like people are excited for us. So we'll take it.
That's awesome. Oh, I love hearing that kind of stuff. Because, I mean, it makes me not only like just glad for you guys, right? Glad for the Delta 9 brand and the expansion to being able to be, you know, fiscally stable, right? You know, you're making money. That's great. But also just for the community. It's so awesome to have more stores, like you're saying, co-located with, or not co-located specifically, but right next to beer stores and food stores and groceries and all that stuff. That makes so much sense because we are, as cannabis users, such a normal, integral part of everyday society that why should we be in some sort of weird industrial only area or something like that? You know, it's just so nice. I'm loving it.
Yeah, no, like lead into legalization. I mean, we, you know, always talking with politicians here locally, and it was like, you know, no, we don't want cannabis stores to be, you know, kind of pushed to the periphery. We don't want them in these weird offshoots, secondary, you know, commercial areas or industrial areas or something. I mean, these should be things that people are comfortable coming into, right? There's little difference between going into the liquor store and going into the cannabis store, whether that's a Delta 9 store or otherwise, right? So, you know, creating that kind of, you know, comfortable, open, well-lit. I remember meeting with politicians here locally. One of them asked me, like, are you going to let customers in the front door or are they going to come in the back door? And we were like,
what's the back door?
No. Like you're missing the point of legalization. This is,
are they going to have to wear a mask? Well, I guess that's a bad joke now, but
for COVID, perhaps not.
No.
No, but you know, these retail operations, I mean, they're not meant to be a seedy operation. You should feel comfortable walking into our store as you do into a liquor store, a Walmart, an Apple store, you know, wherever you're going to shop, right? And I hope that that's the shopping experience that any retailer is building, you know, across Manitoba and across Canada in terms of access to the legal cannabis industry. And I think to your previous point, Steve, on you know, kind of the rollout of legalization, and maybe this is a good segue. You know, we've seen a huge evolution in the last few years in terms of pricing. You know, it was not uncommon for a cannabis consumer to come into one of our stores on legalization or very there near after and see grams of cannabis for sale for $12, $15 a gram.
Yep.
Prices were very high. Things have evolved significantly in the last few years. We're now getting to a point where I think we ran a promotion at our store opening the other day for Northgate, you know, and we're selling grams of cannabis for $4 a gram, $5 a gram, you know, somewhere in there. Prices have come down. Prices are now competitive with what anyone would have seen previously on black market.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, we also have ingestible oils, drinkables, edibles, kind of the topicals, you know, like the full suite of cannabis.
Yeah, well, and that's
the industry's come a long way.
Yeah, I'm big into the water soluble THC right now, right? The nanotechnology that goes in behind that, that's super cool stuff. And that's something that, yeah, it does not exist in the legal market. Nice sip, by the way, that's great. Oh, I thought, was that a house plant?
No, that was my Starbucks. This is the house plant.
There you go.
No,
I just thought that was a great segue there for a second. I was like, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Jeff. Yeah, that's something that won't be existing on the black market. It's not there, right? The R&D, the facilities to do it just isn't there right now. So yeah, the legal market is really kicking some ass.
No, and for any listeners, I mean, as much as I'm not going to be an Elon Musk and smoke a joint while we're on the podcast here, CBD skunk haze from Delta 9 and these houseplant beverages from Canopy, those are my go-to as a cannabis consumer. So I will out myself, on that. But no, love that we've gotten to a point that, frankly, you can come into these stores and you can pick your cannabis product. And we have not only and not just Delta 9 stores, but stores across Manitoba, across Canada. I mean, you have the product selection. People can come in, they can find high quality cannabis products, very well priced. And they can come in, they can find, drinkable, edible, pre-roll, I mean, whatever type of product you're looking for on the legal market is likely there right now. So, things have come a long way from, Steve, you remember this a few years ago. I mean,
so your dog even agrees.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good, don't worry.
Agreeing in the background, yeah.
Don't worry, man. This is the great part about us recording here. I can always clip that out.
Yeah, Joey supports legalization. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. See, we now know the dog's name. This is great.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No, for real though, you are right. The variety is there, and I think you're touching on how it was when legalization first happened. I think is that where you were going with that? The lack of variety back then.
Yeah, day one, Steve, I think you would remember walking into the store, what did we have? 7 different types of cannabis, and all flower. And that, there was no, real spread in terms of, product differentiation or quality. It was kind of, whatever you have in stock is what you're getting. And that's it. And people, frankly, I mean, feedback that we would have gotten at that point was prices are high.
Prices are high.
Yeah. It was a reflection of that the supply in the market was very little.
Well, it's economics, right? Supply and demand, right?
Yeah, supply was light, demand was high. There you go, high prices. Now, the opposite. Large number of stores rolling out. A lot of supply, a lot of products, a lot of producers, a lot of brands in the industry. So again, now walk into a store, you're going to see products for sale that are very price competitive.
Oh, for sure.
And what? Again, now we get people coming to the store. It's hey, I used to buy an ounce off of my guy for $140. They come into the store. They not only see that, but they also see drinkables, edibles, all those components, and hey, it's become interesting. So I think a whole new wave of consumer adoption, right? In the market that wasn't there day one, and frankly, it's because our industry was not competitive day one, but it's getting.
I agree. I mean, it's all about a new industry having to get its footing, get through the weeds, right? And then make yourself stable. And then, you have something to build off of. Also regulations, where people's authority lie, all that stuff has to really get worked out in the initial couple of years or something, right? So why not? I mean, patience is a virtue, right? And the ability to be patient, especially as a pothead, I feel like is a really endearing quality. So, we gotta just have some time, they'll chill out, things will be okay.
No, for sure. And I mean, that's, we always approach it that way with politicians. Like this is going to be, call it a 5-year plan. And no, we're not going to displace black market, in year one.
Right.
That's just not going to happen. But year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, you're going to make significant progress. The StatsCan figures for last year, the Canadian cannabis market, the legal market in retail was 2.6 billion. Significant and significant growth over previous years. And also now to a point where, at least as far as those projections, it's about 50% of the Canadian market is now represented by the legal market. And that's in just the first 3 years of legalization. So, again, things have come a long way from where we were pre-legalization.
No, I agree. Actually, that's an interesting segue too regarding the diverse product selection out there in the recreational market. What do you think, and I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot here, but what do you think about the idea of finally getting DINs, like a drug identification number, for certain cannabis products? I honestly am very, aware of the fact that I don't think there will ever be a DIN for cannabis flower, but things like gel caps and oils where dosage and things like that can be tailored and specified towards maybe a condition or an ailment, or even just by a doctor's own ability to be like, take this twice a day or whatever. Like, don't you think we're at a point where now we could get to that point with some, backing from the industry to push for it just for the medical side?
That's a good question. I mean, we're getting there from a product development standpoint. I think where the products and the standardization, could be there towards a drug identification number. I think, and naturally, you look at our industry right now. I mean, Tilray, Tetra Biopharma, a number of operators have existing clinical trials kind of ongoing.
Okay.
So there are, there's definitely pokers in the fire, in terms of getting those types of things. Health Canada has always been resistant.
Agreed.
Like a formal DIN for cannabis products, whether that's the flower or the other products. They've always kind of taken this position. This is a special case in a special industry, and hence, the cannabis regulations versus just, lumping this in with controlled substances or narcotics. It's always been kind of an odd approach, but I think more and more you're seeing insurance coverage. I mean, whether that's just within the industry or companies like WeedMD.
Right, but that's only specific, and I don't want to cut you off there, but the way I'm talking is insurance coverage only works if you have a stable job that has that insurance plan. Do you know what I'm saying? That doesn't do anything for a national pharmacare program, which should have cannabis covered in it, or the fact that provincial disability, in my case, right, doesn't even cover it. I can't even get the government to pay for me to buy your weed. You know what I'm saying? It's a weird thing.
Yeah, that's the awkward part we're in right now, right? Where we've got certain federal programs. So we've got Veterans Affairs Canada.
And my favorite example.
The odd case where insurance programs that are provincially funded are picking up coverage. And you've got the odd private programs that are taking up coverage. But you don't have this broadly accepted incorporation of cannabis, whether it's flower or other products, into provincial formularies. So, I mean, you have a massive number of people, and there's hundreds of thousands of medical patients in Canada who are not covered under insurance.
Yeah,
and that's
Well, and think about the opioids, right? I mean, think about the reduction in people being prescribed opioids if they could get cannabis prescribed and accessible and covered. Like if I'm on social assistance or disability or even on a good healthcare coverage plan, I can go and get opioids any day of the week from my doctor for some sort of ailment. Oh, I got a back pain. Oh, here's some perks. You know what I'm saying? Like it makes no sense if we want to reduce this crisis without actually taking concrete steps on it. So I'm sorry, that one frustrates the crap out of me.
Oh, and it's funny with legalization happening. I think the government almost took the stance that like, hey, we're just going to legalize for recreational purposes, and that's going to tackle some of these underlying issues, like you're talking. And it's like, well, no, just because we made this legal from a recreational standpoint. I mean, yes, we did make the product more available. And we certainly know there are people who are not able to access previous medical programs. Maybe they're using cannabis for aches and pains or this, that, and the other thing that would not have previously gotten a doctor's recommendation to use cannabis. They're now using it through, call it the recreational market. They're using it for therapeutic purposes.
Right.
That being said, it's left a huge gap in terms of addressing those previous concerns with our medical program nationally, which were things like insurance coverage, and in terms of making sure that that patients are well represented. And we've been dealing with this since, well, I would say 2013, but that's just when we were licensed. I think you and I have been working with medical patients. I've been working with medical patients back to 2008.
Yeah.
So, this is, and frankly, at that time, cannabis was a treatment of last resort. There were a few thousand medical patients across the country, and that was it.
5,600 of us in 2009.
Yeah.
That was the last, remember, I had stats on before I stopped keeping track.
No, and it was remarkable. Like I remember meeting with doctors at that time, and it was, if a medical patient was not dying almost immediately, a conversation around cannabis was a very difficult conversation.
Yeah.
And it became a conversation more towards, well, how are they going to get access to product and things like that? And again, the evolution of the industry in the last 10 years has been incredible, frankly. I think that's kind of the positive takeaway is that
100%.
God, you look back 10 years, we have come, universes away from where we were 10 years ago. At the same time, I think, and you know this better than anyone, we still have lingering concerns in terms of some of the regulatory issues, whether it's medical, or the recreational industry, that bring things back and that are not properly structured. So there's still more work to do.
Yeah. I feel like there's a pre-legalization movement, and now there has to be a post-legalization movement of trying to fix what we just went through. You know what I'm saying? Like before, middle, and after kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So
no, and it's I think to your point, I mean, we can't look at this as okay, legalization of recreational use has solved some of the previous issues with the medical program. We need to fix those.
Yeah, 100%.
We need to broaden, things like insurance coverage and things like that. Like, why is this not covered like a regular drug?
Yeah.
I still can't figure it out.
I know. How much more anecdotal and like firsthand literal experience do you have to have? Like, I can name 10 people off the top of my head that like cannabis has saved their life, like literally, like from cancer or like MS or something. So, what is that not enough for like helping other people?
we've worked with groups, harm reduction groups, et cetera, that incorporating medical cannabis into a more conventional, pain management or otherwise treatment, it limits the necessity for use of things like opioids, things like that. And like, these are studies that, that are published and that are out there. So it's beyond where we were, again, a decade ago, where a lot of this was anecdotal, or even the suggestion from governments and regulators or that all of the evidence is anecdotal. There's a good amount of evidence out there now.
Yeah.
It needs to be properly incorporated into these conversations around how we're modifying regulations to accommodate. And again, I hate to say it, my sense in Canada here is that, we had a good evolution of the medical industry here in Canada from 2012 to 2017. And then all of the focus was on the recreational legalization in that industry. And now it's kind of, okay, where are we now?
Yeah.
Because there are still gaps to fill in both medical and recreation. So we can't just forget that there's a medical component to this, as much as there are still lingering problems as well with the recreational industry rollout.
Yeah, no, there are still patients left behind, and there are still businesses that are suffering because of red tape. So it is not over by any means, the fight for good cannabis law reform in this country, not by any means. But it's important to see. I heard this quote the other day. I can't remember, some American philosopher, political guy, but he basically said, to be a good organizer or leader, you have to be able to recognize your wins along the way, but also recognize your defeats. And as long as we keep talking about the positive and working towards what we need to fix, this industry will survive and be crazy in the end. So successful. So, everybody wants to be it. It'll be like, remember the green rush term? It'll be back to that again, because it'll be such a great industry, and it already is, as far as I'm concerned. But, we need to get those hurdles out of the way for everybody to be able to enjoy it.
It's on the surface of it, kind of funny to think of that, my kids may grow up in a world where I have to explain to them that cannabis was once illegal, and how weird that was. This used to be a real issue. I guess that was an issue for parents post-prohibition as well.
Yeah. I feel like the 30s had a lot of problems though.
High level. Again, things have come a long way. I think, let's talk, the recreational industry. Even on that side, and as you and I've chatted, there's a long way to go still. We've an industry that is extremely restricted from a marketing and advertising perspective. It's extremely, I would say unevenly policed in terms of those marketing and advertising restrictions. So we have certain producers where there are, outright restrictions on certain things, and they are not following those regulations. And, at the same time, we end up, measuring ourselves versus, say, a beverage alcohol industry that is very unrestricted. For
sure.
Advertising. We're dealing with issues around potency regulation, laboratory testing. We're dealing with, issues around province by province. How are we rolling out retail? How are we rolling out access to retail and online sales and all of these components? So, we're a few years in here to legalization. And again, things have come, and I don't want to give anyone the impression that we are not infinitely further ahead than we were 3 to 5 years ago. That being said, there are still these issues as an industry that need to be tackled, whether that's patient rights or whether that's reasonable regulation or taxation.
Big one, yeah.
Our industry's heavily taxed right now, both federal and provincial, and that's causing challenges as well. So, I'll say as any industry, we're continuing to encounter challenges. And that's where, perhaps a day like 420 kind of, ends up as a day where, hey, we can shine a spotlight on some of these issues and hope that we're going to move things in the right direction and tackle some of this stuff to make things better.
Well put, my friend. That is good, and that is exactly it. This today is a day where we can share not only the successes, but also talk about what we need to do regarding the failures still in the system. And as long as we recognize both, we'll be fine. And I think that's what the evolution of 420 has really become. Initially, the protest, and then with legalization coming, there was a celebratory atmosphere. And now that legalization's happened, well, next year will be a really cool festival in person. I'll tell you that. But
yeah, 2022 will be.
Oh yeah,
nice.
2022. Oh yeah. Yeah, man, it'll be a good year. John, I love chatting with you. We could chat all day. I time frame. I got to wrap this up. But tell me what's going on with Delta 9 right now. What's some big news? Where can they find you guys on social media? All that kind of stuff.
So, from our perspective, we're I guess started as a small family-owned licensed producer, purely on the medical side here in Manitoba. We've expanded significantly over the last number of years. We're now 3 main business segments all over North America. Again, over a dozen retail stores, several tons capacity from a flower perspective, and selling Delta 9 branded products across the country here. Really what is for us in the future, we're north of 315 employees right now across our different operations. That's up from 20 something employees a few years ago. So, the industry's expanding. We're continuing to invest. We feel this is, an incredible market opportunity, incredible opportunity for us to produce high quality cannabis products, bring that direct to consumer through our vertically integrated platform. At the same time, work with groups around, how do we ensure that medical programs, recreational programs are, structured in such a way that are representing our product. We're very much believers in cannabis for medical purposes, and that's where we started. We have seen the successes for medical cannabis. It's gone far beyond treatment of last resort and a product that is barely advised by physicians for medical use. Cannabis is getting to a point where, frankly, our medical community is starting to adopt it, and it's come a long way in the last 10 years. On the recreational side, we have people coming into our stores now who are not cannabis consumers. They would have never smoked cannabis 5 years ago, but they're coming in to have a beverage
Nice.
that contains cannabis and is low calorie, and they're replacing alcohol.
Yeah.
That's quite an incredible point for us to be reaching, whether it's smoked cannabis flower, whether it's vaped, whether it's edibles, whether it's drinkables, all of these product formats. But we're starting to position cannabis as a product that competes directly with beverage alcohol.
Yeah.
That replaces tobacco.
I know it's
an incredible point. It is. It's an incredible point as an industry to be in. And, just in the last few months, to see, the most recent election cycle in the U.S., so I'm not going to go
No politics.
conversation here. But, no, I mean, to see now commentary around potential federal legalization in the U.S. Incredible, right? No, and it's an exciting opportunity, right? And frankly, I mean, we groups down in the U.S. and their eyeballs are up here on Canada, and they're looking at what did we do and what worked and what didn't work and how are things going. And frankly, the feedback that we get is, wow, things actually went really well. We would really like to duplicate that in our in our jurisdiction. So I think there's infinite numbers of positive takeaways, and Steve, you and I will keep working on some of the issues like
100%.
How much potency is allowed in an edible container or a drinkable container, and possession limits, and
all the arbitrary nonsense. Get it out of the way.
Are we able to grow in our own homes, things like that? But it's quite remarkable for me to look back, even a few years and say, this is where we are today versus an environment where everything was totally illegal, and this conversation we're having today would have been very, 3 to 5 years ago. So I'll take most of that as a positive, and with the caveat that there's a little bit more work to do. But no, I feel incredibly fortunate as well. I mean, let's maybe end it off with the perspective that cannabis in Canada has gone from an illegal product to an essential service through COVID in just the last 2.5, 3 years. Quite incredible. So we'll just keep producing and providing that essential service.
Yeah, right? How could life be better, right? The government says you're essential, you're good. I feel like that is the most clear example of that yin and yang that you're talking about, from past to present, where we are and how far we've come to that point where, yes, cannabis stores are essential during a pandemic. Don't forget. That's awesome. Awesome way to end that, John. John, thank you so much for joining me for this. Winnipeg 420, always glad to have Delta 9 support. Thank you guys so much for the prizes you've donated. Hope you guys are staying tuned, because there'll be a prize to give away after this interview. Thank you so much for being a part of it. It's 315 employees. That's a great indicator of how much you guys are doing to help this economy in the local community. So anybody who ever gives you guys shit, I'm always willing to defend you guys, all right? And if I'm defending you, chances are that I probably put you through the ringer, and you probably have dealt with me before, and I'm willing to vouch for you. So that means anybody watching, check out these guys, man. They're totally worth it. They're doing great for the community, and they're always going to keep doing it, because look at them. They have no reason not to. That's in their blood. Awesome. Cool, man. John, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Steve, thank you very much for having me.
Awesome. Take care, man. All right, that was good. There you go. All right. How was that? Did you like that, everybody? That was a pretty good show. That was a pretty good show. Oh, almost tripped and fell. Look at that.
I got my weed and I'm ready to go. Gonna smoke it all till there ain't no more. Calling my dealer, meet him at the back door. Do it all again till my lungs are sore. 'Cause that's how it goes when you like to get high. Tell all your friends they can come on by. Got a new bong, wanna give it a try. Pass it around, we have a good supply. Spotlight fast, cooking grass. Hold it on in, don't blow it out fast. What I smoke, try not to choke. Just before you know it, it's coming on.
All right. So if you were watching that John Arbuthnot interview, you know that they just opened a store that I was talking about being very close to, okay? what was that store name? The first person who can name that store, where it was, the first person who can name that store, send an email to Winnipeg 420, and then the letters O and C. 420 OC. So that's Winnipeg 420 Organizing Committee. That's what it stands for. But Winnipeg 420 OC at gmail.com. First person to send an email with their name, address, and a phone number, along with the name and that answer to that store location, wins that prize pack. It's got a dab rig. It's got a vape. It's got, wow, what does it have? A $50 gift card for Delta 9. It's got a ton of stuff. It's awesome. T-shirts, everything. You want to win that right now. Email. Thanks again, Leanne and Lori, for this awesome song for the day. It's been pretty epic, I'm not gonna lie. Right now, actually, we're gonna go right to another video. We are gonna talk about the local industry, kind of how you go from being, you know, a company that was, well, I'm not gonna lie, a company that the government really tried to screw over for a while. So did the police. We're talking about the guys from The Joint. They were they've been around for a long time. Sorry, I'm dying from the bong rip, but they've been around for a long time, and they have actually kind of like a very Disney-esque, almost rag to riches kind of story. Even though they never really started from rags, they just started off small. But anyway, local guys. Now they came up. Now they're in 3 different provinces selling weed. 4 different provinces selling weed. So anyway, here's Ariel Glinter with yeah. All right, everybody, welcome back to Winnipeg 420 live stream. This is such an awesome interview. I love having him on. He's one of my best friends in the industry. He's also a great place of knowledge and experience regarding everything from regulatory framework to dealing pre and post legalization with governments here in Manitoba and abroad. My buddy Ariel from The Joint. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good, Stephen. It's great to be here again for the 2nd year in a row. How are you doing?
Good, man. I love having you and, a few people on from this community who really can do a lot to educate the public and educate our cannabis community. And, having you from your specific point of expertise is always my favorite conversation, man. I love having you on. So appreciate what we're going to talk about now. But first, for everybody watching, I know we're going to get into some legalese and a little bit of backstory here. Probably want to get medicated. That's fine. I'm going to do the same. Bong rips. It's 420. Let's get high, everybody, a little bit here, all right?
Cheers.
Tasty. Prime for a conversation. All right, man. I know that I know, but maybe not everybody out there knows why I love having you on so much. And it's not just because, I shop at The Joint, even though I do. It's because of the story, of the I just referenced it. I mean, the fairy tale Disney-esque quality. I can say that now because Disney Plus has like Die Hard and stuff, so it's way cooler than it used to be. But that Disney-esque, almost fairy tale, utopian, fantasy-like story that The Joint has had from small time, a little head shop to now being a province, multi-province industry leader. So that's why I have you guys on, because it's so nice to hear the story, and because I know you guys personally. I believe in what The Joint does as a company, and I think the community knows that as well, and that's why they support you so much. So Bro, let me stop rambling and let's hear a little bit about you and where you're at in the joint and a little bit of the story as to why the joint story is so powerful.
Well, I think you definitely provide a very good introductory summary there, Stephen. As you said, it's a very interesting time in the cannabis industry, and it really, honestly, it has been for the last 5 years at least. And it's been a pleasure and a privilege to have the opportunity to experience what is only a once in a lifetime experience of cannabis becoming legal on a federal level in Canada, and having that experience of, as you said, starting really small, starting as a small head shop in a Stephen Harper world where it was very anti-cannabis, and seeing 5 years, 7 years later, we're suddenly declared an essential service, during the COVID lockdowns, and just the breadth of experience in such a short amount of time has been nothing short of exhilarating and very exciting. And as you touched on, like, we've been in Winnipeg, we established in Winnipeg in 2007. A small independent local company, still local independent company, that has not changed, and we managed to grow and cross that big hurdle of legalization, and all the unknowns, all the gray areas that came with it, all the changes, and the multiple changes in different provinces, bringing in different rules and then changing them again. And it's been just a whirlwind of fun, honestly, in the last couple of years, getting to finally do what we do best, which is, help consumers make informed decisions about purchasing cannabis itself and not just cannabis accessories, which is something we look forward to doing for a very, very long time. And we're very, very excited and grateful to now have that opportunity. We have had we had our first cannabis store open in Saskatchewan back in 2018, and then we opened a store in Alberta in 2019. So it's started where we could, where the markets were open for licensing, and then Manitoba finally in June said, okay, we're going to open up licensing, and since then we've managed to open 6 stores since June in Winnipeg. Most of them transitioned from our head shops, but including a number of new stores, including the one on Leela, which is brand new. And we also moved down the street on Regent to a much bigger location to now sell cannabis as well. So that's all really exciting things that have happened in our world.
It's amazing. I mean, you touch on, just in your initial statement, it is a Stephen Harper world. It is almost hard. I think a lot of cannabis users out there don't even realize, that that's where a lot of these businesses started. Is that this was a, just after, the dawn of the millennium, 2003, 4, 5, 6-ish, after the Liberals left, all of a sudden, boom, we're in Harper era town. And, it was a lot of a different era, a different world where cannabis was persecuted and demonized. And I know you guys can touch on this a little bit, is that it's amazing to think that, now we've gotten so used to this liberal Trudeau government with legalization that it's almost, a distant memory with the Harper era regime, but it really wasn't that long ago.
It really wasn't, and I think honestly it really depends who you talk to in terms of how distant it feels, because like a lot of people were definitely impacted very seriously by the conservative policies that were in place during the Harper government. And so for a lot of people, they still do remember that quite vividly, because as we're saying, like, we're talking, I guess, 6 years now. 6 years ago, he was still a prime minister. It wasn't until November of 2015
that's true,
he was elected. So, just a bit over 5 years ago, it was a different world. As you said, they were very concerned about people selling cannabis accessories, let alone cannabis itself. And there was a full medical regime in place, and yet it was very, very difficult to do any sort of business, even legally, in the cannabis accessory industry, in the medical cannabis industry. And the way things have changed have been a full night and day in a lot of respects. But it's, as you said, it's not that distant in the past where things were very, very different.
No, I mean, you talk about even accessories. I mean, the idea that at some point there was, blanket persecution, specifically here in Winnipeg, regarding things like, trademark infringement on comic hero bongs. or like Looney Tunes-esque paraphernalia, like, oh, that's why we're going to come raid your establishment that pays taxes and, you know, employs people in the local economy. Like, that's a weird dynamic to think of, the dichotomy from one to now. I mean, and people complain about legalization right now. I mean,
well, legalization.
Don't forget about that.
It's true. And again, I think a lot of it has to do with where in the country you are. Clearly, legalization had different effects in different parts of the country. And so in Manitoba, for a lot of people don't know this or weren't aware of it, but like Manitoba has, it's had a vibrant black market cannabis community for a long time. There's plenty of people in Manitoba that smoke cannabis, but publicly, like on a mainstream basis, it was very, very underground. It was not like Vancouver or even Toronto, where there was a lot more above board, you know, and like dispensary style operations going, and people that were really
right,
like
in the public eye.
Yeah,
right,
in the public eye, you know, engaging in acts of actual civil disobedience, saying, you know, it shouldn't be this way. Maybe we should change some things. Or in Winnipeg, if you tried that, you'd have cops at your door the next day. It just wasn't. It just was not the place where you could do those kinds of things. And further to that, it's also a community here that, compared to other jurisdictions, doesn't know as much about cannabis. So, you know, the average person, I was talking to people in BC I was telling them how I, you know, was trying to educate a lot of people about all the different cannabis products because they didn't know much about it. And they couldn't they just said, yeah, just tell them it's hash. And it's like hash. I'm like, they don't know what hash is. Like, you know, people in BC were taking for granted that everybody knew what this stuff was, where in places like Manitoba and Saskatchewan, that really wasn't the case. And so it's really only been since legalization that we've been able to start having those conversations, having more people come into the stores who might not have wanted to enter before for various reasons, who are, you know, starting to realize what this product is. And again, it's just so night and day to be able to do that legally now.
It really is. I think, I can't remember who I was talking to the other day. I think it was Candace from Cottage Country Cannabis, and she had mentioned, you know, it's a weird thing to complain about your life when, you know, you own a cannabis store. And I'm like, yeah, that's gotta be like the coolest thing to brag about, though. Like, oh yeah, I just gotta go open my cannabis store for the day.
Well, what I've noticed is that's definitely, I mean, that's true, 100%. But like, I've even seen, even in the last 2 years, like when legalization started, having a cannabis store was one of the biggest deals in the world, as it should have been. These were the first federally legal cannabis retail licenses to be issued anywhere in the world. It's a big deal.
Yeah, in any
like anywhere in the world. Even though, you know, in the States, those are state licenses which aren't federally legal. These are legal all the way through, top to bottom. And
yeah, and you go to like Uruguay or Portugal or even the Netherlands, they don't have a structure like we do.
Yeah, they don't have. Canada really did widen the type of regulatory system that was possible for cannabis.
Oh,
and of course,
100%.
Of course, there's issues with that, and it's not perfect, and there's many changes that I think should be made and hopefully will be made. But as a starting point, it's much better than we had 5 years ago. That I can tell you for sure. And now we have something that we can actually work on and make better, as opposed to, you know, getting over that hurdle of not wanting to go to jail for this, which is
well. And you know, I mean, to touch on that is that even you know, in my interview with John Conroy, they mentioned you know, the persecution level of people with possession and growing like that, and even that's down. So I mean, even if the way the law is being applied towards cannabis is at a lower rate, then that's even better. You know, so even if there are still arbitrary or persecutorial, you know, kind of penalties associated with simple possession, at least we know that the application of those laws is at least a little lower than it could be, which is great.
Yeah, I think we've seen positive signs in respect of the drop off and people becoming involved with the legal justice system in any way related to cannabis since legalization. It does seem like the authorities are generally not wanting to spend a lot of time and money on very small, things like possession of a legal substance just isn't really where they're going with it. What I've seen more of is that they've been going after very large scale international operations that are set up in Canada, under medical licenses. And so they've been, you know, using their resources more in that direction, which I think is a positive thing overall.
No, and
especially in the sense that they're not bugging the little guys they're not bugging the people that are, you know, smoking a joint on the street anymore. And I think that's very positive.
no, and again, it goes to hand in hand with the legalization, because not only are there, you know, these regulatory hurdles that you folks have to deal with, but you're also, you know, creating another dynamic for the police not to have to worry about, right? So we don't really need them to be focusing their time on you guys, because you're, as the industry, are now taking responsibility for the sales and production and all this other stuff that they had to worry about all the time now.
Yeah.
So now hopefully their resources and budget people are like, yeah, okay, let's go after the meth heads.
Well,
Even though they shouldn't be going after them either.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, we could talk about possession charges and all that stuff, you know, we could go forever about that. But I think that you're right. Like, the fact that there's now a legal framework, which means that like stores and producers are now regulated by Health Canada and by regulatory authorities like the Liquor Gaming Cannabis Authority, Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, they all have, you know, a watch on this industry, and that I think leaves the police, you know, their resources can be better focused on the things that only they can do, which is take down like very large international organized crime, or do
fighting
like
violent offenders,
or other
robberies,
or other crimes, right? It's more, it makes more sense for the regulators to deal with a lot of the cannabis issues that the police were dealing with before and should never have been dealing with.
Well, and I think that with the Cannabis Act approach of more of a, you know, diminishing organized crime, taking the money out of the profits, et cetera, keeping it safe out of children, there is that semi health approach to it where, yeah, we should not be treating it as a criminal issue. We should be treating it as a health issue, and we should be going from there with all drugs. But
yeah, exactly. I mean, it should be. I mean, if you have a problem with alcohol, you see your doctor, right? You don't see the police. And
I know, right? Unless you, like, you know, kill somebody or something, right?
Right, yeah, sure. There are, if the police need to be involved, they need to be involved. But if they don't need to be involved, they should not.
Let's not involve them.
And so I think there's plenty of room for that. I think we are seeing that across the board. I don't know if you saw BC yesterday. Just
I was going to just mention that. Yeah.
A Section 56 really exemption, cool. Which is, I mean, who knows what will come out of it, but just the fact that they did that is huge. It really pushes the boundaries.
You know, I'm 100%. I feel like the Pacific coast of North America has got to be the most progressive, like condensed, like regional geographical, population base anywhere in the world. Like the whole strip from BC. I mean, even Alaska's pretty progressive for some stuff, and you go right down, and it's just, you know, full legalization in California, drug legalization or decriminalization of possession in Oregon. Washington is like right in the middle somewhere, and BC smacking this one out. I mean, that's a great coast to live on, man. West Side.
It's great weather too, man. It's beautiful. It's they really do have it all.
I gotta say, that's I think that conversation needs to be had, but there needs to be so many ancillary conversations that go along with it. So not only are we taking drug addiction and we're removing it from the idea of criminal elements and things like that, but we need to do things that go hand in hand with that. So, insurance coverage for medical cannabis, like drug identification numbers for cannabis, and maybe, going into the psilocybin thing. Maybe let's progress this with a pharmacare coverage thing. I don't care where we lie in the end. It's important thing is the journey we get there, right? And if it's good and great, awesome. But if it's a ridiculously arduous journey full of arbitrary nonsense that we have to constantly take into Supreme Court challenges or constitutional challenges, I feel like we're losing as a society. So let's just hope we do better.
And yeah, I agree 100% with it. I think one of the biggest problems with medical cannabis in Canada was that for the first 15 years of the program, ever since R.V. Parker in 2000 at the Ontario Court of Appeal, government was obliged to provide a system that would give reasonable access to patients. And as of 2015, the Supreme Court and the British Columbia Federal Court both said that hasn't been accomplished. it's been 15 years, and the government's had 15 years to put in place. And so what that says is that the government never had any intention or interest in putting in place a constitutionally valid program. Hopefully we're past that point. Again, a lot's changed. I think Justin Trudeau understood these issues, and which is why he decided to one reason anyways why he decided to go for full legalization. He saw that it was
right. Decriminalization wasn't the answer,
and that the medical system had just been left behind for so long that without something major, it was hard to piecemeal try to fix it. You needed to actually change things, and for him it was legalization, and which is great, but again, we'll see how that actually works out for medical people, because I can tell you, like, I've seen a lot of cannabis producers that have stopped selling medical cannabis now that recreational is around, because it's very hard to run two systems and they don't make as much money. And
I know. It's all about the necessity for the patients, though. And that's the thing, that the companies who want to make sure sick Canadians have access to cannabis because of the moral or cultural community fabric of cannabis, because of those reasons, they will do it. And those are the people we need to support. The people who don't want to have anything to do with medical cannabis, frankly, as a personal medical cannabis user, I'm a little choked at, but whatever. As long as you're doing ethical stuff on the other side for recreational, we're good. But if you're not, then we have to stop.
Right. And something that also, like, I've spent some time thinking about this, and honestly, like, I can't think of a good solution.
Really? As a stoner, you've spent time thinking about something. Sorry.
Yeah, I did, and I couldn't come up with something like an obvious answer that would work as a compromise and yet be also acceptable to all parties. But one gap in the market, which we've known about for years with all these court decisions in BC, etc., is that we have people in other stores too that we've heard about, that there are customers that come in and say, hey, here's my medical card, so I want to purchase my full month supply, which is 150 grams.
Right.
Of course, we aren't allowed to do that. Sure. Not only that, we can only sell 30 grams at a time, regardless of whether you have that medical card.
Right, I know.
And we can't give discounts to medical patients specifically. We also can't provide any sort of medical advice at all in any way, shape, or form.
Wait, hang on a second. Just back you up on 1 second there. So is that something that changed? Because you guys used to give discounts to medical patients to buy like accessories and stuff. You can no longer do that based on regulations.
We are not it's very difficult to give discounts to specific classes of people.
I 100% agree. I do.
Well, I just mean under the regulations, they make it very, very difficult to do that. And it's and we would love to continue doing that. We did that for years. It was
that's why I shopped there.
It was a standing policy, and I think it still should be a standing policy at pretty much every store. I mean, if you show a medical card, that this should be something to bring you in. I mean, it makes sense.
I agree. Compassionate pricing has been a thing; it still is.
Yeah, and there's lots of and we have to admit that, like, a lot of medical patients are using the recreational system. That's the point.
Of course, because it's access.
Because access, not only that, but they have access to all sorts of different kinds. They can try a bunch of different stuff. Where instead of signing up with a
single LP, to make shatter at home,
and signing up with one LP really limits what products are available for you. So I think that there's definitely room for some sort of compromise that would allow recreational retail stores to work better with medical patients. I'm not exactly sure what that is, though.
Right. No, I 100%. I get it, man. I really do. And I know me and you could talk about this for hours. I do have a question, though, man, just because I know we don't want to kind of get super off topic here. What's going on with the joint right now? I mean, I know you guys have just opened Leela. You just opened a store in, what was it, Brandon, right?
No, Regina.
Regina, right? Sorry, I don't know why I was
just opened Regina.
No, that's cool. See, this is my point. This is why you're on, right? That interprovincial joint relationship. So what's next for the joint? Do you guys have a new store popping up? Is anything happening? Are you guys dipping into cultivation yet, Bart?
On the cultivation, that's a little bit out of my bailiwick. I generally concentrate on the retail side.
Oh, it's all good, Bart. Bart.
But we're just expanding as fast as we can while still trying to maintain all the things that made us what we are. Clearly, you know, like it's very difficult in some ways to maintain the kind of culture, the kind of company culture you have with so many changes from pre-legalization to post-legalization, and you know, and all the new rules that have to come in, and all the new and just the change in the industry in general. So we're working very hard to maintain that, and at the same time, as I said, we're opening new stores as fast as we can. We've launched full e-commerce platforms in Manitoba and Saskatchewan with same-day delivery in Winnipeg and Regina, and soon to be Saskatoon, as well as in Assiniboia, Saskatchewan, where we have a store. And we're, you know, making the website better and better every day, and doing what we can to provide like the largest selection at the lowest price, like we always have, for both cannabis and cannabis accessories.
Oh, I love it, man. So, you know, it's so nice to know that, you know, again, for people who don't know necessarily the joint and the guys behind it, you know, these guys care about cannabis. They're enthusiasts. They're not just out to make a buck. They're not out to, you know, make some big name of themselves. They're doing what they can to survive. They're kicking ass doing it. And it's important for people in the community here to support guys like this and the joint and everybody involved. So, I mean, okay, so how do people reach you guys? How do people buy from the joint? Is there an online thing? Are you doing curbside pickup because of pandemic? What's going on right now? How do we get a hold of you?
So the pandemic has resulted in us being able to offer those services. So the way you can either go to any store. We're open generally 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. and also 11 on weekends. And then our website is www.thejointcannabis.ca. And from there, you can shop at any individual retail location for this and see the specific inventory at that location. You can order. Yeah, you can then order for either to pick up in store, curbside pickup, or for delivery, including same-day delivery within Winnipeg through Pineapple Express. And we also send it through the mail if that's what you prefer. And we also have somebody manning the website at all times. If you have any questions, you'll see the little pop-up like on every other website. I can tell you at least there's somebody real there, and so any question, can be answered very quickly.
What about social media? You guys got any giveaways or anything going on for 420?
We do. Well, yeah, we have specials on for 420 right now, including discounts off cannabis and accessories and a bunch of new bundles.
Excellent. Oh, I saw the Deep Space bundle. I saw that. Check that out on Instagram, everybody.
Most of those are in store only, just so you're aware. But Instagram and Facebook, we have accounts, The Joint Cannabis, and everything to do with the joint is updated there on a regular basis, including lots of giveaways, including a 420 giveaway.
Amazing. Actually, and speaking of a 420 giveaway, it's time for our 420 giveaway. So earlier in this conversation, I casually mentioned, I got it wrong, by the way, hint, where they just opened the store. If you're watching, you know where I was corrected as to where that store opened up. So if you can email Winnipeg 420 OC, the OC stands for Organizing Committee, just in case you're wondering why I say OC. But yeah, Winnipeg 420 OC at gmail.com. First person to email me with that city where this actual store opened up, you guys will win one of the awesome joint prize packs that they've given us, whether or not it's the bong, the dab rig. We've got a nice little mug and pipe thing set up. It's amazing. Check it out on our Instagram or whatever page right now, and you know you'll see what you're actually bidding for. But first person, get that in right now. You're going to win a prize pack for the joint. It's awesome. So, Arrow, what else, buddy? I mean, I love having you on, but you know what? 420 is kicking ass, and we got a segue into another. Actually, what's coming up? Another DJ. Boom.
Boom. Well, thank you very much, Stephen, for having me on. I appreciate it, and it's always great to talk to you, especially, and it's nice to be on for a second time. Hopefully next year we can do something in person finally, but regardless, this has been a great experience. So thank you very much for organizing this. The community appreciates it. We all appreciate it. It's great to have this kind of thing available.
Thank you very much for that, brother. I really appreciate it. And yes, next year we will have Winnipeg's, maybe the country's first fully legitimate legalized cannabis festival with cannabis gardens, consumption, sales, music, vendors. Oh, it's just going to be a great time. And it wouldn't be that event without you guys and the joint.
Well, we'll be looking forward to it, and I can guarantee you we'll be there.
All right, buddy. Thanks so much. That's Ariel Glitter from the joint, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me, buddy. I really appreciate it. Always informative.
Thank you, Stephen.
No problem. Happy 420, bro. Awesome, everybody. So that was Ariel Glitter from the joint, like I just said. And now we're going to give away that prize back. So anyway, email me. I hope you are all listening to the question, because right now we've got a new guest coming up. We've got Sasha Hawk from Hempfest. He's got the coolest name. Sasha Hawk from Hempfest is going to be coming up here. He's going to be talking about the industry, what it's changed, like how it's been since COVID, all that kind of stuff. So give me 1 second here and we'll listen to Sasha, everybody. New prize pack coming up next hour. Woo, stay tuned. All right, everybody, welcome back to Winnipeg 420 live stream 2021. I'm so happy to have one of my best friends in the industry, Sasha Hawk from Hempfest Canada here. He's going to be talking about all the different summits and expos they've got coming up this year, the different topics, what they're going to be discussing, and all the different aspects of the industry you'll be able to learn about if you tune in to him and his shows. We go long way back. We've had some lots of good touring in the country with some festivals together. And Sasha, I love having you on when you discuss what you do, bro. Thank you for being here on Winnipeg 420.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No problem, bro. You're always like a fun time, man. We always have good times. Look at that smile. See that smile? Like I love talking to you, brother.
And happy 420, of course.
Oh, happy 420. Right. By the way, everybody, if you've got some sort of medication there with you, or recreational weed, I guess I could say that now. You got some weed with you, smoke some weed. Happy 420, Sasha.
Happy 420, man.
Thank you, brother. All right.
It's not 420 for me yet.
No, that's okay. Okay, whatever time zone this in, people will get it.
Yeah.
No, but I really appreciate you being here, man. I do. I learned a lot from you over the years regarding the festivals that both you and I have been part of, and then what you've done on your own and what I've done on my own. It's been a nice little encompassing of kind of the struggles that have to go on in this industry. I was just wanted to let you know that I love you for what you do, bro, because I'm probably one of the only people out there that lives the life of the struggle regarding these kind of events in the country, regarding regulations, and I know how hard it is, man. So big up for what you do.
Yeah, thanks. You too, man. You too.
God, preach, man.
Yeah.
But no, you've got some really cool topics this year. I know you've got some annual stuff already going on, and I think that people out there listening will want to hear the topics that you're going to be discussing regarding, Health Canada, some grow stuff. So take it away and tell the people what you're doing regarding Hempfest and the summits you're putting on.
So first we have coming up the Grow Summit on April 26, 27, 28. And that's focused mostly on micro growers and craft growers of the industry. Okay. All of the content is focused towards them, and we will be talking about some new stuff that's coming into the industry, and one of the newest kind of threats to the industry, which is the hops latent virus. It's a virus from the hops plant that's kind of crossed over into the cannabis plants in the country, and what it does is it won't kill your plant, but it decreases the cannabinoid production by, about half. So there's going to be a lot of information about that coming out too at the Grow Summit, as well as the C45, which is the next one we have coming up in May 17, 18, 19. And that's the one where we have Health Canada at that, and it's more quality assurance focused, that summit. And both of those happen online.
No, now, hang on a second here. Sorry, the hops latent virus, is that what you said?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, now, so there's a hops virus, and it affects the hops plant. So like when you're making craft beer, right? You're looking for those same terpenes, right? You're trying to find similar terpenes to get those like fruity flavors in your beer.
Right,
and
those
kind of
notes
things,
in the back. Yeah.
Yeah, so that there's a virus that's kind of crossed over, and the way it's crossed over is through like trimming tools and stuff like that, like basically cross-contamination between trimmers and things like that. And then it affects your mothers and goes down from there, and it can affect your whole grow.
Wow.
And then what the virus does is it stops the plant from producing as many cannabinoids.
Wow. So basically what you're saying is it turns your nice, healthy plant into a lemon. And I don't mean it in a terpene way.
Exactly.
Like he's in a crappy car, right? Wow.
Yeah.
You're okay. Are you listening to this, people? That's amazing.
It's becoming
not in a good way amazing. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's becoming what?
It's becoming a bit of a problem in the industry. So there's a lot of people finding ways to kind of combat it, watch out for it, prevent it from happening in their grow operation and stuff like that. So yeah.
Really?
Mm.
That sounds very intriguing, but also extremely scary for crops. I mean, if people are looking, especially right now, I mean, I think your next comment regarding your next summit there will touch on this, but I think some of the potency limits right now that exist in the industry really need to be broken. And if you're trying to push those 35% THC limits on weed, just on flower, I mean, you'll never get there if there's basically a genetic disability virus out there that says, no, sorry, we're going to make Ruderalis types out of you.
Yeah, you don't want it. You don't want it to happen in your facility. That's for sure.
Oh, that is.
Or at home, right? If you're growing your 4 plants at home, I know out in Manitoba, you guys have that problem right now, but I'm confident you're going to get through that.
I think we will. I mean, like Quebec has already ruled it's unconstitutional. So as long as once that gets ruled out, it's basically it'll trickle down effect here, and then the argument here is basically moot. So why even have it, right? The government should just cave at that point. So it's
I'm rooting for you guys out there.
I appreciate it, man. I mean, it's a good time to fight the cause, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. No, I agreed. I mean, but sorry, to touch on how do you get it in your facility? Like, I mean, I know I get it from what you mentioned on an industrial side, but it is.
Let's say you bought a used trimmer and it wasn't fully dismantled properly and fully cleaned out, and let's say there's a bit of the virus sitting in there. What'll happen is it'll latch on to your mothers and then go from there.
Shit.
Yeah. So I believe that's how it initially crossed over from hops to cannabis.
That sucks.
Yeah.
See, these are the things that people don't know about in the industry, right? I mean, I'm clearly but I mean, the average consumer specifically doesn't really know like the ailments and the detriments that can be caused towards your industry or your crop regarding things like a virus that came from hops, just to try to enhance a terpene or to try to, encourage a flavor profile. That seems, it seems like, yeah, of course that would happen. But I mean, how many people are actually thinking about that when they're buying a bag? None, right? So
yeah,
No, that's cool, man. That's really interesting to know though, because then you start looking at the quality that goes into your stuff, and then you can be more critical of it. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So no, sorry, I could probably dwell on that. Like as a medical grower myself, I could dwell on that forever. But what's the C45 summit coming up? Like I know that they're doing a consultation period right now regarding some of the changes to the medical regulations on just how they enforce some stuff. I mean, I know that C45 as a whole is up for review this year. So I want to hear a little bit about this summit you've got going on because I'm super curious and I'm definitely going to be watching that, man. I think all of you who are here watch that as well, man. That's my like endorsement for this. Watch it.
So the C45 summit, that's more focused on the quality assurance people of the industry. So it's looking for those virus things, those testing, always testing the product properly, and how are they testing. And something else that I learned recently, like when you're doing your testing, you also want to be testing like all the different corners of your plant, right? You can't just test the top. You got to test the top, the bottom, the middle, the sides, because then you're going to get a full spectrum of what that whole plant is actually, right?
Right, like what it's averaging or something like that.
Yeah, because the plant's going to have different production levels from the bottom to the top, so on and so forth, right? So there's a lot of methodology around like how are you testing and all those kind of things. So C45 Summit kind of focuses on getting that piece of the industry right. And then obviously Health Canada's there. They're going to be doing their piece this year. They're going to be doing the top 10 things that they find in their virtual inspections. So when they're doing a virtual inspection of one of the facilities in Canada, they're going to tell us what are the top 10 things they're finding so that other producers can look out for those and know how to not have those come up in their inspections, right? So more industry focused on that one, but definitely a lot of interesting stuff still coming out of there.
No, there's a lot regarding like that side of the industry that I think, again, not a lot of people know about unless you're submersed in this culture. Like, I mean, the initial phase of growers was the majority of these big corporations with these ginormous facilities, and then these big aspirations and stuff. But now you've got these little micro growers. I know, there's a couple here in Manitoba. There's a guy called the Grump Weed Company. He's a little guy out of Minnesota. There's a family up at Neepawa. I think they're a Silver Springs cannabis. And then there's also Prairie Trichome Cannabis, one of our other guests today. That they've got their little micro grow up there. So yeah, it's really, I mean, that's 3 in Manitoba off the top of my head. So it must be a nice little industry blooming.
Well, and I really think the industry is going to change quite quickly once Farmgate comes. I don't know exactly when that's going to be approved, but I'm pretty sure it's going to go through.
I'm sorry, can you touch on what Farmgate is?
So Farmgate is when you can go to the grower and buy weed, right? So you can actually go to where they're growing it. So you go to your craft grower that's in your town. You can go to your craft grower and you can actually buy from them. Same as you could at
like from your local distillery or brewery or whatever.
Yeah, like a micro distillery and micro brewery, same thing, right?
Now is that something that's based on like a legislation or a challenge court? Like
it's a legislation thing, yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
Cool.
So
cool.
I believe I know there's a lot of associations trying to change that. I believe it is going to happen. I just don't know exactly when. But that's probably the most exciting thing that I can think of in the industry, because I think it's really going to change it, and we're going to be able to shop locally. And not only that, the big problem with not shopping locally is they treat cannabis like it's not a fresh product, right? They treat it like it's booze.
Right.
And it goes and it sits in a warehouse. It sits there for months, and then it goes to the shop, and then you can buy it from the shop. And that's why we end up having weed that's dry as a popcorn fire.
I know some of it's been shelved like a year ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're like, so this way you're going to be able to go straight to your local grower and be like, hey, what's the freshest thing you got? And they'll be like, oh, we just trimmed this like the other day.
Oh, dope,
right?
dope. That sounds so cool.
So I'm really excited.
That's a farm to table thing. I love that.
Yeah.
That's so cool. No, that's ideally, right? Because then you can, I mean, it's building that gap between big corporations and small individuals to be able to succeed at the same level, right? So if I know that some local guy grows great weed and I would rather just go to him rather than buy from some Walmart-esque store, right? I would rather go to some local, guy who's going to grow it locally and have a nice crop that I'm like, I know where it was grown. I know the people doing it or whatever the case might be. I love that flavor. Well, that's really cool. I really hope that happens. That would be so
well. And with COVID, I think we're all realizing that we've been distancing ourselves more and more from community, right? And now I think we're all realizing that community is a big deal towards your mental health and the mental health of your community, right? So, I mean, being able to know your grower and having a relationship there and all those kind of things, I think that also speaks for itself. And I'm just really excited about that part when it comes. Who knows
when it comes? I mean, there's the progress that has to happen, right? But people like me and you we know that the hard work that has to go into it, right? And as long as we keep pushing and we develop that social change post legalization to make the realities of the flaws in the system known, like on a wide basis, then we will reach those hurdles, man. We will get over them, and we will be a successful industry as a whole.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, I love talking, bro. What's going on with Hemp Fest? I know that there's a lot of hoopla or whatever out of date word I can use to make myself seem older than I really am. But no, for real. Like, what is going on with Hemp Fest? I would love to be out there if it goes on, and I want you to tell people what HempFest is like and what's going to go on for this year. Hopefully, because of COVID. Hopefully,
yeah. If us here, in September we'll be in Calgary. So, and we're kind of reinventing the whole thing as well, because we'll be at Canada Olympic Park, and we have cannabis consumption permitted. So as soon as you walk in the gates of the event, you can spark up a joint. You can't do it in the parking lot, though. You have to be in the event. That's all we ask. And that's an indoor-outdoor venue, so I think that'll be a really great event, and we're going to model it more like a festival. So we're finally at that stage in the industry where we're getting clearance from our venues, clearance from the cities to be able to, consume cannabis on the event grounds. So I think that's a really great step forward, and we've been waiting for it since we started the company 6 years ago.
100%, man.
Yeah, so we've always been waiting for this, and now finally we have clearance from everybody to do it. And we had it last year, but obviously we had to close down because of COVID. So hopefully we're going to be able to get that one to go through this year. Yeah.
Oh man, that's so cool. Because I know, I know how cool, the events that you threw, across the country pre-legalization. I know how kick-ass those were, man. Those were some of my funnest. That's not even a great word. Those were my most enjoyable times of probably my cannabis industry days. Was being in those events, talking with you guys, meeting the staff, and going to different cities and meeting all these different vendors in the industry who wanted to succeed, who wanted to be part of this blossoming opportunity, right? And I think that, pandemic is kind of kicked us in a little bit, but it's also given us an opportunity to kind of do a melding of like pre and post legalization events where we kind of get a little bit of a lull time to do this online thing where we wait for like certain little hurdles to kind of get out of our way, and then once they're out of the way, it'll be a kick-ass event going forward. And I know you guys already got this going down last year. This year it's going to be so amazing. I can't wait to see it. And it'll be something to encourage other provinces to keep going forward. And I'm hoping that's what we're going to have next year at 420 in our event. It's the same kind of thing you got going with a cannabis garden, right? Isn't that such a poetic pun?
I hope so, yeah.
Love it, man. Love it. And you being at Olympic Park in Calgary is just so apropos for this country, man. Like we are a very proud Olympic pot smoking country.
Exactly.
That's off, Ross. But no, I love it, man. That's so encouraging for the industry, because I know that people across this country want to be at these kind of events. They want to experience the culture outside of the context of just, what are we gonna do? Smoke some weed this weekend and watch a movie and eat Doritos or something like that's not the experience people want.
That's still a good time, though.
Oh, don't! Fucking sweet chili heat over here. Man, where's Doritos as a plug? But no, for real. I mean, there are good times out of that, but we have to break those stereotypes out of the norms, right? And this allows for not only the normal stereotypes of the cannabis community that we love and hold so dear, but also for us to bridge the gap between us and the people who don't use cannabis, or the new novice person who wants to educate themselves, or the medical grower, or whatever the case might be. But it's an all-encompassing thing when you have a festival like what you do with HempFest, man. And seriously, I smile every time I think about it, man. I need a new hat, by the way.
Well, I think I have a few left.
All right, brother, cool.
we haven't stocked up in a while, but
that's dope, man. I wear mine proudly, bro. Proudly.
Thank you. Yeah.
No problem, man. No problem.
Awesome.
I know that I love talking to you, man. We could always chat forever, but I just wanted to run it short here quick because I know we got a busy day. But how do people get in touch with your expos, with HempFest, with the summits? How do they get in contact with you, man? Social media?
Everything's at hempfestcanada.com.
Yeah, hempfestcanada.com?
Yeah.
All right. Is that
links to everything are there.
Okay, no, that's good. It's good. Is that your manager I hear in the background?
That's my daughter and my wife, and it's bath time, I think.
Oh, right on, man.
Yeah, bath time.
Oh, man, as one dad to another, man. I love it, man. Okay, Sasha, Hawk, I love you, brother. You are one of my favorite people, if not the favorite person in this industry. Thank you so much for being here with me today, man.
Thanks, man.
I love you, brother.
Means a lot. Love you, too.
Okay, man. Sasha Hawk, everybody, HempFest Canada, hempfestcanada.com or .ca?
Sorry?
.ca or .com? HempFest?
.com.
HempFest.com, everybody. All right. Sasha. Huh? Okay. So if you guys are watching, by the way, that guy's awesome, man. We had some pretty good festivals across this country. We really did. Sasha is coming up. Or sorry, Sasha's not coming up. If you were listening to the Sasha interview, we did talk about one of the events he has coming up. Where was it? Where was that special place, that event, where you will be able to have open consumption of cannabis? HempFest, where is it coming up? It's in Calgary. That's my hint, okay? Where is it coming? Email your name, address, and phone number. That's the crucial part, to Winnipeg420OC@gmail.com. Winnipeg420OC@gmail.com. First person wins Oh, which one is it? It's a Chronic Culture prize pack. Thank you to Chronic Culture for bringing that, by the way. It's an awesome silicone bong, vape, $50 gift card for Delta 9, a whole bunch of stuff. There's just tons of stuff. Gizeh rolling papers are in there, t-shirts. Oh, it's awesome. Win that. Awesome times, okay? Jack Lloyd and John Conroy, everybody. Jack Lloyd and John Conroy, the industry's two biggest lawyers, are coming up right now, okay? This is the one you want to hear. This is the one you should share. This is the one that has all the answers for medical patients, all the cannabis junkies out there that really want to know what's going on, legal experts. These are the guys, okay? So here it comes, everybody. Boom. All right. All right, everybody. Thanks for joining the Winnipeg 420 live stream today. I know it's been a long day, but this is what we've been waiting for. I've got the two best minds regarding cannabis law in this country. I've got John Conroy and Jack Lloyd here with me at Winnipeg 420's live stream to talk everything medical cannabis, everything C45, possession, growing, anything you can imagine. These two are the brains behind the answers. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. I really appreciate it. How you guys doing?
I'm great.
I'm the old guy, and he's the young guy.
Hey, pleasure to be here.
I appreciate that, Jack. I really do. Mr. Conroy, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good.
As I say, I'm more of the old guy to do with all the old stuff, and Jack's the new guy who's current on all the new stuff. So,
well, that's precisely why I think you two are the best people to talk to, because I'm sure there are lots of people who have questions out there regarding everything from, like we were kind of talking about before, simple possession charges still, all the way to the C45 proposed medical cannabis guidelines that they're talking about with the consultation period right now, and everything in between regarding, MMAR, constitutionality, and everything like that. So I don't know if you guys have a specific story or something that maybe is fresh in your mind regarding a certain instance you want to talk about, but I specifically have some concerns initially regarding what's going on with this consultation period and medical cannabis grows. I know there's a lot of people out there who are worried about maybe losing access to their gardens again in something like an Allard decision remake or some sort of similarity. But I personally I'm not super worried, but I know people with big plant counts are. And I was just wondering if one of you gentlemen wanted to kind of tackle that first off, and then maybe we can roll with some punches.
well, I can quickly give you my view. Jack, maybe probably a bit more detail. My look at the guidance document, it seemed to me that really all they're saying, with a few tinkering, is really, we've had all these reports of abuse. We've got all these further investigations that say there's been this abuse. And so here's the guidelines that we're going to follow and more strictly, it looks like, interpret the existing regulations. Looks like they're going to get, into some areas which I question whether they should be able, for example, to get into the issue between the doctor and the patient in terms of the dosage. That's really a personal matter between them. At the same time, what they're saying is that there's some dosages that are huge. I mean, if they have evidence of people abusing the system, such as a doctor, if they've got evidence that the doctor is doing it for a purpose other than strictly medical or whatever, then like any other matter, if they've got the evidence, okay. But I don't, so what they seem to be saying is we're going to be a bit stricter in terms of the factors, that exist in the existing regulations. I didn't really see that much that, I mean, as I went through it, I saw things that are in the existing regs that I've always thought they should change. For example, like, other people being able to help a medical person with their grow, as opposed to it being limited to just the individual, although now a DG and the individual can do it. But, what's wrong, especially if cannabis is legal, having your family help you with your grow, for example, and to say, there's lots of things like that I think that, they could tinker and make better, as opposed to saying, well, we're going to be more strict and so on.
Right.
But at the other end of the day, you still say their whole basis is their fear of diversion into a so-called black market, and that this somehow affects public health and safety. And that's where you say, well, the whole rationale for your fear and your concern sort of goes out the window. Really, instead of going after people for growing too much, maybe you should allow those people to grow that excess instead of destroying it, to be able to provide it to a nonprofit like the BC Compassion Club Society for medical patients who can't afford to buy it.
Agreed.
Or to the BC Cannabis Substitution Project, so that they can give it to the homeless who can't afford, to buy the cannabis as a substitute for their opiates. I mean, it's those are instead of clamping down, that there's still this old mentality that is pervasive of, wanting to get tough on people using a stick instead of a carrot. The carrot would be, okay, instead of destroying your excess, you can sell it or donate it under these circumstances to some laudable, positive thing for people who can't afford it.
Right.
And there's lots of little things like that. And so the problem I have is it's always the stick as opposed to the carrot, not realizing that the carrot works way better in terms of getting people to comply. So, I'm concerned. It kind of reads like you almost, I don't know if people have experience with going through the security clearance process, but, it's a similar sort of thing. I can appreciate them saying, look, if you violated the MMAR before, well, that's going to be a problem for you being approved again. It won't necessarily mean you won't be, but so you can understand the standard approach. If you've broken the law, if we find you're abusing, we're going to do this or that.
Right.
So, I think the submissions have to be, why not try a new approach? Try a positive approach. Try an approach which encourages them. We have this in other areas too. For example, in the dispensary. So you've got the LP sells to in BC, the Liquor Control Board,
right,
then distributes it to the dispensaries.
Yeah.
And so in the dispensaries, many of them have these little glass things with the bud in it where people can smell and look at the bud.
Right.
Well, I'm told that they have to destroy that too. They can't supply that or put it into the supply. And so you've got a huge amount of these demonstration type things, which presumably, given the number of dispensaries, comes to a fairly large amount. It's simply again being thrown out.
Yeah, that
has to be destroyed. Again,
wasteful.
So I guess that raises the whole thing about their fear of what's in it and is it contaminated. And you sort of say, well, where have you been for the last 100 years? People have been doing this regularly without any significant problems. So,
yeah, we've worked out a system.
Anyway, those are my. And what do we do with other vegetables? Just wash them and clean them, right?
No, agreed. I mean, it's a very interesting scenario when we find ourselves still treating cannabis like such an illicit substance, but yet if I was growing lettuce in my living room, no one would care. But if I'm growing cannabis, it's a federal crime all of a sudden. It's a whole big issue. It is a weird nuance when we think legalization happened, but yet look at all the I guess these strangleholds, the leashes that are still around our necks regarding its use and its consumption.
And often it's funny because they're the legitimate concerns that they have from, say, growing is stinking out the neighborhood or smelling out the neighborhood, or if you're using a greenhouse, maybe light pollution. And yet, when they they come to deal with these problems. They here in the Agricultural Land Reserve, they've said, okay, it's a farm use. You can't stop somebody from growing, but at the same time, it has to be either in soil, in a greenhouse, or in a facility that was built before June of 2018. And so you say, well, if a person doesn't have an old facility, you're forcing them to grow in a greenhouse, which could lead to light pollution, or you're forcing them to grow in soil. And certainly a greenhouse and in soil in a greenhouse isn't as easy to control odor and light as it is if you're using a facility, an indoor facility.
100%.
The people in the farming area, oh, we don't want all these big industrial buildings. You say, well, you got barns and chicken ranches all over the place that are even bigger. If you want them to make them look like a barn, fair enough. But you are actually going to encourage people to stink out the neighborhood and cause light pollution if you force them to do it that way. So I don't know sometimes where this comes from, but it still seems to be this attitude and stigma that still is there in terms of the whole issue, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean,
even
with growing cannabis outdoors, I mean, in Health Canada's regulations that your license can permit you to grow outdoors. I mean, if you're growing in your backyard, how are you going to mitigate the smell from your neighbors? It's not a real possibility. It's if I have to deal with your, I don't know, lilac bush that really irritates my nose, then you've got to deal with my cannabis plant.
And the whole indoor-outdoor thing, in the guidance, it points out you can't grow indoors and outdoors at the same time. And you say, well, what's the rationale for that? Yeah. If you lived here in British Columbia in this north-south valley where we only get X amount of, sun and so on, what you'd obviously want to do is you'd want to start them indoors, your clones or your seedlings or whatever, to a certain stage. You'd then want to put them maybe in a greenhouse if you have them, which can be indoor or outdoor depending upon how constructed the greenhouse is. And you're going to want to have them outdoor. We're going to finish here, unless you're up in one of the hotter parts of BC, you're going to want to bring it back inside to finish it off. So that's going inside and outside at the same time, isn't it?
No, it is. And who's to say, like, where does that definition lie? I mean, what if you put them outside in the morning and you brought them in the house at night? Like, is that indoor or outdoor? So, yeah, I feel like it's very vague.
Who cares? Why do they care?
Right.
Well, I think what's really interesting, John, like what you raised with that, what I noticed about Health Canada's document is that they're sort of claiming that this assessment is going under a public health assessment. So what they're saying is look, we're going to look to make sure that there aren't any serious public health issues associated with the issuance of someone's personal use production license. And what's so funny to me about what you've just said, which is, say, a BC grower that is concerned about mold, that wants to bring their plant indoors for, to prevent mold or something like that, they would deny that under their rules. But they would, which makes it less safe, right? That's actually a health issue. And yet they'd quite happily deny someone's access entirely on that same basis. So I agree with you, and I think they are addicted to prohibition in some ways.
Here in the Fraser Valley Regional District, we've got 8 regions, and 5 of them are supportive, but 3 of them are not. And so you've got this bylaw that applies to the whole regional district, where they're encouraging people in the other parts of the valley and discouraging people, even though the Agricultural Land Commission has said it's a farm use, you can't prohibit it. And so then they'll, of course, they've abdicated their responsibility to local government that then can control you with building permits and all all that stuff that really make it very difficult for you to do it.
That is something I think about all the time, John. In Stephen's story, I'm always hijacking people on this. What the federal legislation that's always been a problem to me, that they delegated authority to local government for the suitability of these of someone's ability to grow. And I've always thought to myself that that's like a really serious problem, because you end up with all of these zany local rules and regulations that effectively result in a total prohibition on personal use production licenses. Like, what are your thoughts on, like, I hate being the person that says I don't like local government, but in some circumstances, I really do not like local government.
Jack, you're 100% on the ball here, because I was just going to touch on this. This is a great question. John, what are your thoughts on that? Because a lot of people
it's a very difficult issue, because, you know, in a democracy and in a federal country, you have the federal government, the provincial governments, regional districts, and local governments like cities, municipalities, and so on. And inevitably, local government is going to be concerned about local zoning, planning, licensing, permits. They always have been for all the businesses and so on.
Right.
So, you know, and there is a safety concern to some extent. I mean, not everybody, as we know, is reasonable, rational, and logical in terms of the things they do. And even if, you know, I mean, there were lots of people in the old days taking all kinds of shortcuts in their apartments and stuff, which could put the whole apartment at risk.
Agreed.
And or certainly stink out the whole apartment and stuff like that. And so, you know, on the one hand, I accept as a lawyer that you've got to comply with local government, and that makes it safer for, and you know, you're in the right zone. But I mean, there's always that distinction between commercial and personal. And so this is where I think we ran into some of the problems with them trying to be overly regulatory in terms of the personal as opposed to the commercial. But even in the personal, if you're in a strata title place where, you know, everybody gets to vote whether you can do this or not in your strata, or if you're in a small apartment and so on, these issues do arise. Now, we established in Allard that that's not a reason to prohibit, that these issues are what we call mitigatable. You can do things to make sure there aren't fires, like get an inspection. You can do things to make sure that you're not going to affect your neighbors by, you know, doing things to make sure it doesn't escape, and so on and so forth. So it's important for people to do that. But again, I come back to the carrot and stick thing, and I say, so owners of apartments, why don't you expressly create an area in the basement where your cars are parked, or a separate unit on the grounds next to the apartment or something, and say to everybody, look, if you're approved, here's a place where you can do it. Or why don't we allow for grows, so that a person who's in that situation, who can't grow in his strata, or who can't grow in his apartment, is able to go to a U-grow where there's a person who looks after maybe 8 or 10 grows, where the patient or the DG or whatever comes there to do stuff, but there's it's just like a U-brew making your own beer.
That's a brilliant idea.
Why, so again, it's a carrot. It's here's a good way, guys. Instead of prohibit, stop, and people going underground and doing things that could put everybody at risk, here's a practical solution that's in everybody's interest and we can all agree to and work towards. But,
I feel like practical solutions aren't the best quality for the government.
John, what are your thoughts, John, about the ban on personal cultivation in Manitoba?
That's
what Stephen. There's a prohibition in Manitoba on that issue, and it just makes it so palpably clear to me that there's this almost this bifurcation of the issue between federal and provincial governments.
And to
touch on understand, I spoke to Jesse Lavoie briefly about it, but I was his lawyer. I said for his lawyer to call me if I can assist. But what's the basis for the denial? Does a federal law allow them to? Does it sort of leave it up to each province to decide whether to allow that or not?
It really doesn't. But right now the provincial government is using the same arguments that the Crown used in Allard. The fire and mold, the health risk. They're using all that as as their evidence. And I'm sitting here going, like, you guys already lost this battle on a federal level regarding our medical gardens. It's not going to apply to this, but they're choosing to fight it. And Quebec already ruled it's unconstitutional. So as soon as that, I don't know.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. I mean, if it's medical, you know, the feds have kept control over medical. The provinces don't have any jurisdiction over medical. We've managed to keep the safety unit, so-called cannabis safety unit or whatever it's called, that goes around trying to enforce dispensary rules. We've managed to keep them off the backs of the BC Compassion Club and the Cannabis Substitution Project, saying they're strictly medical. You know, they're applying for medical licenses, nothing else. This is not a storefront trying to sell stuff to everybody or anything. It's solely trying to supply medical patients who are got a medical problem. And so, you know, we would say, you know, what jurisdiction does the province have? Now, but we are talking about 4 plants that a person can grow of any size and store as much as they want, and possess up to 30 grams when they're out and about. And so Manitoba is saying you can't grow the 4 plants or store the results, but are they stopping you from 30 grams when you're out and about?
No, you can still have possession.
So you can possess 30 grams, but you don't have you can't supply yourself, but they have licensed producers there that you can buy from a licensed producer. So the prohibition is on growing your 4 plants for yourself and storing for yourself.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I didn't think there was anything that, if the feds are allowing you to do that, certainly for medical purposes, I wouldn't think that they could interfere with that at all.
No, they aren't. They won't.
Can they interfere with the 4 plants for rec?
Yeah.
So, you know, I would have thought they could limit it maybe by saying, look, you know, not in a small space or something like that, and offer the carrot.
That's
the
arbitrary thing I think they might do, is that they might end up just saying, okay, sure, you can grow 4 plants, but putting some, you know, height limit in or something like that, that makes it, you know, an undesirable option for people. You know what I'm saying? Like provincial regulations could really make this a pain.
Careful about the height limit. They had that height limit in there in the beginning, and we all laughed about how.
Oh, I know. That's why I remember.
From Friday to Monday, it might suddenly go over. I could see the police coming with tape measures.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't understand how the province. I mean, do they have legislation that they actually banned it with legislation?
Yeah, they did.
And it's similar to Quebec?
Yes, exactly similar. And the arguments are almost the same. So I feel that the Quebec decision already being ruled as unconstitutional, even though it's been challenged or appealed, but it hasn't moved anywhere. So as soon as that's dealt with, I assumed it would make sense for that it would be unconstitutional in Manitoba after that. But
well, it's highly persuasive. It's not binding on your Manitoba courts under the law. But it's a highly persuasive decision. And I don't know if have you had a chance to look at it, Jack, the Quebec one?
Yeah, I reviewed the Quebec ruling, and then I've reviewed just Mr. Lavoie, the Manitoba plaintiff's materials, and it's a division of powers issue. That basically they're basically creating a criminal law.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the feds have said this is still criminal law, and it rather obviously is still criminal law with all the offenses and penalties that are still there. I mean, I raise that, but every time I do, I want people to understand that, you know, way back in the 60s, when suddenly white middle-class kids got interested in cannabis and all sorts of people were getting busted, they hybridized the Narcotic Control Act in many aspects so that the police or the Crown could proceed summarily like a misdemeanor or by indictment like a felony. And before it was always a felony, and even with mandatory minimum. So they've done that again in the Cannabis Act. And so people have to understand that really it's a historical move in the right direction to give the option to go the less serious way as opposed to the more serious way. It's another slow, plodding political way of of trying to make it more acceptable over the years. So, the fact, but it's still, there's summary conviction and indictable offenses with simply some exceptions made for the 30 grams and so on, and these delegation of distribution to the provinces. But so, originally I thought, well, on a federal division of powers, you'd have the feds controlling production, like with tobacco or booze, but the provinces control distribution. And so, it was under the property and civil rights and other types of heads of power, as opposed to criminal law. But the Fed said, no, this is still criminal law. We're simply allowing the provinces to do the distribution. So, and I assume Quebec found it to be still criminal law, did they, Jack?
Yeah, that's my reading of it, yeah.
So what stage is it at in Manitoba then? It's gone to, has there been a trial level hearing?
I don't believe it's gotten to that point. Well, the last thing I know from Jesse, he told me that the province has decided not to present evidence. He presented all his evidence, and they've decided not to present any of theirs, which I don't know what that means really. That doesn't make any sense to me. That makes me think that they're just going to stall it out.
Because all of the evidence to do with mitigating harm from fires and all that stuff is in the Allard transcripts.
Right.
They're all available on my webpage, in fact.
I know, it's like a cut and paste, and this is the argument.
If they put that evidence in and it's uncontradicted, I don't see how the government then makes their case.
I honestly don't think the government will make their case. I really think I've spent many a year fighting the provincial government here in Manitoba on everything from, vaping indoors as a medical patient towards consumption in public, everything in between. And I've noticed that the government here does not like to do anything progressive until they're forced to. Okay. And I think that's where we're at, is that I really think they're going to drag out this case as long as they can. And they're going to probably end up letting the Quebec decision happen out of the appeal. And then maybe be like, oh, okay, well, now that it's kind of, on us to make the right decision, we will, but that's just prairie slowness.
Forced kicking and screaming.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just Manitoba.
Tell me.
Other places.
Actually,
I've always said, in my dealings with the government, a court order has always has been far more effective than trying to talk them into doing things.
Yeah. A Supreme Court decision always has a little bit of gravitas when you want to get your way. Jack, actually, I had a question for you. And this is more of the like Mr. Conway was saying, more of the new kind of rules and regulations. What are your thoughts regarding the pardons for simple possession? And do you think that will ever extend to, simple cultivation and or trafficking charges eventually?
That would be my fantasy for it to extend. So certainly, I've had a desire to challenge that. John is actually kind of the core litigator on that in a case in Manitoba called Neary, which is a fantastic trial decision and a horrible court of appeal decision. But Stephen, I do believe that it's coming. And I think that it's going to be a specialized application process if we can force them to do it using a litigation strategy that John created in Neary. So essentially a challenge to the validity of certain long-term punitive strategies by the federal government. So I do think that it's going to be something that we force them to acknowledge through litigation, but it's going to take time. But the part of the issue for me that I deal with kind of regularly in my practice is that I don't prefer a pardon to a discharge. If I can get a discharge, I am not interested in a pardon, because and John wrote an incredible article about this about 5 years ago. John, do you remember that article about the ghost charges that show up in the system?
The prejudicial consequences of a non-conviction. Yeah, I actually wrote that about 10 years ago, although I had to update it a few times. But that was to do with stays of proceedings.
Yeah.
And how, everybody's happy. The lawyer says to you, oh, the Crown's going to drop the charges. You're going to stay the proceedings. When I started practicing in the early days, if the Crown was not going to proceed and not call any evidence, and they were going to drop the charges, we would come to court, stand there, they'd call the case, they'd say they're not calling any evidence, and we'd invite the court to dismiss the charge. So your record would show dismissal, not guilty, no conviction, a stay. They then figured out they didn't have to go in front of the judge, they could just enter a stay. Because the provision in the code says, that they can basically enter a stay of proceedings at any time. And if they don't revive those proceedings within set time periods, the maximum being 1 year, then the proceedings are deemed never to have been commenced. So they shouldn't even exist. And yet they keep a record of all these stays. You go to the border, they say, oh, it's a stay of proceedings. It could be revived. You go to prison, the parole board cross-examines you on the stay. What were all those things about? The people in the corrections, they write in your paperwork, oh, he has an escalating criminal history. Look at all these stays of proceedings. Oftentimes the Crown charges you with 5 things in order to get you to plead to one, and the other 4 are all related to the one. So the stays are irrelevant. There's only one basic offense. Or sometimes they stay because they don't have the evidence. And so you say, well, it's an accusation. It's not a conviction. How come you're even questioning him about it? So there's this whole problem, and it's gone beyond that now to the digital database. If you do any of these security clearance work, you'll see, 10 years ago, you were seen at a beach in Vancouver with a bunch of your friends standing around a car, and somebody complained about the smell of cannabis, and the police arrived and they took all your names down and they said, hey guys, move along, people are complaining. Nobody got charged. Nobody, but we think you're going to divert into the black market, that your conduct is such that, you're a risk to public safety. I mean, these are real fact patterns that we see arising out of digital databases, because before it would be in some notebook and you may not ever see the note. So now they just pull it up on the computer and it's used against you. So I don't like and I deal with pardons on behalf of prisoners with other offenses. In a pardon, you have to apply for the pardon. You have to wait such a period of time before you can apply for it. You then apply for it, and there's the minister at the end of the day decides whether to grant you the pardon or not. And if you screw up, they can revoke the pardon. So pardon is good for the person who goes through the prison, does this whole thing, and shows, and then ultimately gets a pardon. It's not going to let you into the U.S., by the way, because they'll say, oh, they'll still have a record.
Yeah, you got to find a waiver.
They don't recognize they don't recognize our records.
So expungement is the word. That's what they've just done in California. That's what they're doing in New York. It's about especially simple possession. They should be expunged.
Right,
now,
just written
the feds
off.
will say the problem is, how do we figure out? Because all that the record will show is simple possession of a narcotic or of a controlled drug, not necessarily show that it's cannabis. So it'll be but they find it easy enough to find your record when they want to present it in court and so on. So surely they should be able in their database to find all the people who have simple possession records, wipe them out.
Yeah.
Production, cultivation, as it was called in the old days, possession for the purpose of trafficking. Well, okay, those are a little more difficult, but they should be able to look at the circumstances, because that could include a huge big time dealer to a tiny one joint dealer,
Right.
within those definitions. So, I mean, ultimately, we want to get to the stage where they don't really care about even the guy who in the old days was a big time dealer, because it's not worth their while. There's no, so what if they're now involved in the legal business? Just because they were bad in the past doesn't mean they're going to be bad if you license them.
Exactly.
Now, one of the things that they keep failing to address, it seems to me, is that they are entitled to mitigate the risks by imposing conditions. So you got a guy who's associated with maybe one of the top crime bosses and, over the years, 10 years ago, and they think he's all connected and so on. But he hasn't had any convictions in the last 10 years. He's had a steady job. Why should he be prejudiced? They can easily simply say, and we're issuing you the license on the condition you not associate with that person.
Right.
And if you do, you jeopardize your license. The parole boards do these things all day, imposing conditions to limit and manage risk and so on. I haven't seen them impose any conditions here. They simply say, oh, you're a risk, and that's it. So again, the whole approach, we're legalizing. I mean, it seems to me the error was doing it the way they're doing it, instead of rolling everybody in and saying, but we are going to look at your circumstances, and we may bring in some modifications, and we may put some more conditions on your license and so on and so forth in order to get this legalization happening.
No, I hear you. There's a lot of hurdles regarding records in the industry right now. It's a lot of it is arbitrary. So I mean, it makes no sense.
It's and we got to remember, when we sentence people, there's a deterring factor, but there's also a reformation and rehabilitation factor. And after the way we structure our sentences, of federal sentences anyway, is the first third is the, deterrent part. And then the second third, or 2/3, the whole idea is to start working on your reformation rehabilitation, helping you reintegrate as a law-abiding citizen.
Yeah.
Well, if just because you've got a record or you've been to prison, you're going to get blocked from all sorts of things in the future, that's inconsistent with trying to, help the person become legal.
I agree. And that goes for anything, I think, really, though. I mean, any record that's being punitively put on you long term as a criminal record that hinders you from getting a job or housing or anything like that, I think it's just it's a cruel and unusual as far as I'm concerned. But yeah. That is such a great conversation here. I have a question regarding someone. I kind of put it on social media earlier. People had some questions, and I'm not really sure where this question lies, but people had some questions regarding the CDSA and how that applies to the Cannabis Act regarding like medical cannabis grows. I'm not really sure. Something about the Wolseley decision. Are you familiar with that?
The what decision?
The Wolseley case? I'm not quite sure what they was referencing, so I'm just trying to throw these out there to see if you guys had any ideas.
The CDSA doesn't apply to cannabis at all anymore. That it used to be Schedule 2, and it's gone.
Okay,
so
good.
Cannabis is Cannabis Act and regs.
Right. So
all anything to do with cannabis is Cannabis Act and regs.
Excellent. This is great to know, because I love clarifying stuff like this for people who are watching.
Yeah, and I mean, the regulations, the MMAR used to be under the CDSA, the ACMPR, which was the merger of the MMPR and the MMAR.
Yeah.
Remember, MMAR was first, then Harper with the MMPR. Then the court decision forced them to create the ACMPR, which was really the merger of the two.
Right.
And now you have the ACMPR, that's part 14 of the Cannabis Act regulations. It's also called the ACMPR. And it's the old ACMPR with a little bit of tinkering.
Yeah.
So and that's medical and that's federal. There are no licensed medical compassion clubs. The BC Club has an application pending. I think Ted Smith on the island, the Victoria Biosh Club has an application pending.
Oh.
And the Cannabis Substitution Project, we have an application for an exemption from the law to enable them to keep supplying cannabis to homeless opiate addicts in the downtown east side.
Oh, that's amazing.
We're saying there should be licensed dispensaries that are solely medical, that are not rec. And of course, the sense is that the feds would like to see medical disappear into the rec because everybody can just get it from the rec. But a lot of these folks can't afford the rec prices. And the rec prices are fixed to some extent by whatever the LPs sell to the LCB, and the LCB does something in there, and the dispensaries' hands are tied to some extent in terms of what they can or can't do in terms of their prices, I understand. So again, a problem for the poor or those who have difficulty with those types of prices.
I was under the assumption that there had been 2 stores, maybe Jack, you know this one, but that 2 standalone medical cannabis sales were in Ontario now. I was under that assumption from another legal mind I know.
So there's a pharmacy that has received a sales license that's in the process of setting out a situation very similar to what John has done for the application for the BC Compassion Club Society. So they've received that license.
Is that Shoppers?
No. So Shoppers does not imagine a person being able to attend at the storefront to access. Shoppers is all through the mail.
Yeah, the online stuff, yeah.
So a lot of the innovation in that space is happening with just people that have a pharmacy and say, okay, I'll apply for this sales license and see what happens.
Makes sense.
That's a really neat idea. I mean, I love that there is at least, I mean, and you two are the best people to talk to about this, is that making the laws work for what you need, right? And not just being a victim to those laws, right? So it's this is really neat. I mean, I'm very curious to see how those exemptions go regarding like the downtown east side regarding the opioids and things like that, because that seems like if that gets allowed, then it makes me at least hopeful for the future that there is progression coming.
Well, what I think we need to do, well, Jack will see the hurdles, is there's something called a national formulary. And then there's provincial formularies. And there's even correctional institution formularies. And so you got to get the drug on the formulary so that people who are being prescribed opiates that get paid for under the medical plan will be able to go to their doctors and get cannabis paid for under the medical plan instead of the opiate. We have the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine in the U.S. several years ago, looking at all of the studies and everything to do with cannabis and medical, and saying that despite all the problems doing the research, there is overwhelming conclusive evidence of the effectiveness of cannabis for chronic pain. Many of the people getting opiate prescriptions get them for chronic pain. If they could have cannabis paid for, they would ask for cannabis from their doctor. Bit of educating of doctors still required, although it's getting better and better as time goes by. There's now a good international group that's expanding considerably in terms of doctors supporting. I mean, I think, again, it should be put on the national formulary, maybe as a natural health care product, which it really is, as opposed to a drug.
Right.
It fits the definitions of all the natural health care product regs, so that naturopaths and doctors of traditional Chinese medicine, as well as regular physicians, can be the ones who approve you and get paid on the medical plan for doing so. This would substantially, it wouldn't eliminate the opiate crisis, but it would help contribute towards reduction of people using opiates and therefore becoming addicted to opiates, and they would be substituting something that has no lethal dose that addresses their pain.
Right.
And so, if we can get it on the national formulary, from there, I think you have a fight to get it on the provincial formulary.
I'm actually fighting that right now in Manitoba.
Safety and efficacy is the test. Well, if you can go to a store and buy it when you're over 19,
Right.
Surely that addresses the safety issue.
Well,
the efficacy thing, well, I mentioned the National Academy. There seems to be tons of stuff coming out about the reduction in opiate consumption with the existence of dispensaries and the availability of cannabis throughout the United States. There's over 20,000 studies on PubMed that have bigger, groups, cohorts than the studies done by the pharmaceutical industry.
Agreed.
That show that this is effective and it's safe. So we need to do that. I mean, in the old days, in Matsky Institution, when I was a young lawyer, they used to say to them, don't smoke the stuff, keep it out of the way. We don't want the visitors and everybody to see you smoking cannabis.
Right.
Until finally, I think it was Reagan reintroduced the war on drugs and everything became bad again. But they used to try to blind people consuming cannabis in the institutions in the old days. It kept, and the guards didn't mind, it kept everybody calm and happy instead of getting into booze,
No, I have a question actually regarding that.
I don't know. We just gotta.
No, go ahead. I was just saying, like, there needs to be. I know that we're on this topic that there's always been the question is why, cannabis doesn't have a DIN, a drug identification number, regarding insurance coverage and things like that. And I think that I don't think we'll ever see a DIN for like dried flower, but I think that with these oils and these
capsules.
Right. These ability to actually give a proper dosage amount that you can maybe get maybe get some coverage.
They do have Epidiolex and a couple of others. GW Pharmaceuticals, I know, made a couple that are whole plant medicine.
Right.
The
Wasn't it like
original
Marinol
one,
or something like that?
Old days. Marinol was synthetic and was produced by a big pharmaceutical industry in France, I believe.
Right.
But that does exist. The movement from plant and different forms into capsules and so on. But I mean, you say, it should be the doctors in Allard, in Parker, and so on, were approving their patients for the use, which was inconsistent with the prohibition, which was designed to protect health. And yet they still keep requiring these double-blind, placebo-based studies in order to go through the process. When we've got royal commissions going back to 1894 that said this stuff wasn't risky. And so with all of those studies, and now, as I say, with it being available if you're 19 to go and buy it, surely the safety issue for people over 19 is and the efficacy issue, you can debate that till you're blue in the face, but there's lots of evidence to support that it is effective. So let's get on with it. Let's get people off these opiates. We got more people dying here from opiate overdoses than COVID. So, I don't get it.
No, that's a very real statement, actually, that, the opioid crisis is a huge problem, that they don't seem to be doing any, real effort. I mean, if we could replace opioids with cannabis, done. Seems very logical.
The fear of cannabis is so hard to understand.
I think unless you're really submersed in it, and especially from you folks with the legal side and how it's actually applied to people still, it can be very... I guess sobering is an ironic pun to realize how tough this industry still is.
I grew up in Africa. My father was a consultant on the growing of tobacco. If he walked through the tobacco fields, he would see a cannabis plant, he'd pull it up and throw it on the ground. I could walk down paths on my way to this place or that, and I might see some African people smoking and consuming, which I would be told was dacha, which is the word for cannabis.
Okay.
Nobody cared any more than that. It wasn't until I came back to Canada, in fact, many years later, after finally becoming a lawyer, that I saw people going to jail for this stuff. I just couldn't figure that out. But you would have, no problem at all of any sort. And all of a sudden, here you are 20, 30 years later, and there's all this fuss.
That's such a reality check.
crazy.
Yeah, we've really torn it down here in the Western society regarding acceptance of stuff. I hate to cut our audience short here, but I know we're running close to our hour mark. I wanted to give you guys both an opportunity, maybe if there's a way people could maybe reach out to you if they need to in the future regarding possibilities of legal challenges they might have, or any maybe just if you're open towards the consultations regarding any sort of challenges or anything like that. How can folks get a hold of you guys? Is it just through social media, or John, you want to go first?
The worst thing to do with an old guy like me is all the different, I can't keep track of where all the messages come from on Messenger or on that green or the yellow, the green with the white thing. I'm really showing my age now.
No, I love it, man. I love it.
I got used to email.
Excellent.
Email is always best for me because that way I can put it in a file and keep track of it. I'm still trying to push the button to forward other things to my email, and sometimes they show up and sometimes they don't. And so,
I know that.
So email is best. I'm semi-retired. I'm sort of winding down my practice, trying to. Because I do prison work, because I'm surrounded by prisons, I still have a few prison cases that I'm trying to finish off. So I'm basically trying to refer most of the stuff to Jack.
Oh, okay.
And we've got other young lawyers who were involved with us in Allard, Matthew Jackson and Bibas Vaze and Tanya Grace's firm. So we've got the group of lawyers that was involved. And so when people contact me, I usually send to them to see if they're interested or if it fits into one of the other things that's going on, and try to assist in that capacity. But I'm not. And interestingly enough, like the question we got earlier before we started, somebody wanted to know about the class action. It's amazing. Out of the blue, I'll get these questions about the class action. What's going on with the class action? And, I have to say, oh, you're talking about the privacy breach where Health Canada breached people's privacy. And, I don't have anything to do with that, nor does Jack, directly anyway. Branch McMaster, these big class action firms are the ones doing it. In BC, it's Branch McMaster. And it is confusing. I find these class actions, they go on forever and ever and ever. Whereas a constitutional challenge like we did in Allard, we can get done quickly. The class actions, because there's so many people in the class, the government ends up with every objection. It goes on forever, and it may even be settled. And then you've got all the bureaucracy, slowly, very, very slowly administering to try. I mean, I've got Aboriginal clients who were part of the 60s Scoop class action who've yet to get money, that some have got it and some don't. So it's very confusing. So I say, call Branch McMaster and bug them, find out who, is dealing with it there. Right. The lawyer who used to be doing it, I don't think is on it anymore. There's another person. I think that's, unless, and I think that's the only class action that's cannabis class action that I know of. There's a whole bunch of prison class actions going on, as far as I know.
But if anyone wants to talk to John or I, they can just call our office, 604-852-5110. Or johnconroy.com is John's website. And that's
send us
fine.
Emails, or Danielle contact us, and then I try to get it to one of the guys that move with it.
Awesome. I honestly think this might be the most informative, kind of cogent conversation that the cannabis community has been exposed to for a little while. So thank you, gentlemen. This has been extremely insightful for not only myself, but I'm sure everybody watching.
Happy 420.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Jack. Happy 420.
Thank you.
Happy 420 to you too, John.
Happy 420, and I hope it warms up in Winnipeg.
Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. I'm so glad to have, like I said in the beginning, some of the two best minds in this country regarding cannabis law. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining Winnipeg 420 today. I am forever grateful.
Best of luck in the court case.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Awesome. How was that, right? Wasn't that one of the most informative discussions you've had in a long time? Because I feel like for me, it really was. That was probably one of the biggest honors of my life, was chatting with those two, because they're just, I don't know. There's just something about dealing with them when you know that the caliber of people that you're talking to really know their stuff. They're not just keyboard warring it. It's just, I don't know. It's amazing. Okay, so this is great. We're actually really on time here. What time is it? Boom, boom. Look at that. Okay, we're actually on time. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, everybody. We're gonna go to we're gonna go to one more thing. By the way, I just gave away that last prize pack. And now we're gonna give away another one for the John Conroy interview. So what we're gonna do is we are going to smoke a bowl real quick, and then we're gonna go right to Count Classy, okay? So that's where we're gonna go right after this. All right, everybody? Again, Leanne and Lori.
Gonna smoke it all till there ain't no more. Calling my dear for me to knock the back door, do it all again till my lungs are sore. 'Cause that's how it goes when you like to get high. Tell all your friends and come on by. Got a new bong, wanna give it a try. Pass it around, we have a good supply. So pop that fast, cooking grass, hold it all in, don't blow it out fast. Enjoy that smoke, try not to choke, 'cause before you know it, it's coming on back. Puff, puff, pass. Puff, puff, pass. Some people call it cannabis or marijuana. Some people call it weed, a pot, or even ganja. Some people say it's good to do, some people say it's bad for you. It puts me in the state of absolute nirvana. I like to smoke it in the morning when I wake up, and in the evening just before I go to bed. I like to smoke it in between those hours too, 'cause it stimulates my head. Puff, puff, pass. Puff, puff, pass. There's nothing wrong with the way I think. I don't get hungover like when I drink and still walk a straight line if you wanna see. But not right now, 'cause I'm a bit punchy. Unless you get high. Not saying you should, no. But when you get high, food sure tastes good. Sure tastes good. So let's roll.
All right. If you guys want to win that last prize pack, this one's from Hood Hopper. Okay? I'm giving away a bong, a blowtorch. What else are we giving away? Bong, blowtorch, prize pack gift card, Gize roll. Basically, it's like $250 worth. Every prize pack is basically worth $250 to $300. They're awesome. So get that prize pack in. You got to enter. Same way to enter as last time. Name, address, phone number. Winnipeg 420 OC@gmail.com, right? That's where you got to send it. Winnipeg 420 OC is in the letters @gmail.com. That's where it goes. The question is, what legal decision were we just talking about in that conversation about medical decisions? What do we always refer to as the medical decisions we refer to that happen to keep our medical cannabis gardens? What was that decision? Send the answer right now. It's like we usually have one word name to it after the guy who there was 4 defendants. We usually just use one. It starts with A. What was that name? Go. Here is our next performer. And this is Count Classy. Count Classy is LGBT rapper out of Toronto. Pretty dope guy. He does ghostwriting for some really cool Grammy nominated Grammy Award winners. Really cool. We're gonna play his stuff right now, and I think you guys are all gonna enjoy it. It's a little bit of a different style, but something that I'm actually super into. He has Skunk Magazine's High Time Song of the Year for 2020 featuring Chuck Clare. It's called Good Vibes. He plays that song. He also plays a song called what's it called? Missing Meals. Missing No Meals. It's great. Okay, so check that song out too. Anyway, here it is. Count Classy was big up to do this song for us. So give me 1 second and I will play it up for you folks. Enjoy. there's a couple parts to it, and then we got another interview coming up.
Awaken, brother. Awaken, brother. Awaken, brother. Don't care about you.
Yo, 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 everyone. It's your boy Count Classy. All the way from Toronto. Usually flying back from LA to Toronto, Toronto to LA. But you know, the COVID-19 virus has kept me put, staying safe. Hopefully you are as well. And we put together a cute little live stream show. You're gonna get to know me a bit more about who I am as an artist. And I'm super excited just to kind of show you what I put together. This is gonna have a bit of a performance, a bit of a Q&A in between the sets. Hopefully you enjoy my little charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent. No, just kidding. This is not RuPaul's Drag Race. And welcome everyone to Count Classy's 420 special. It's just a special. I got my rainbow lights going on here. I got my sunglasses, my signature sunglasses. I got me some new swag from Get Me Fly downtown Toronto. We have a cute set here for you. It's a bit of a Q&A. You get to know me a bit more as an artist. You get to see me perform a little bit. You get to hear some of my music. If you don't know who I am, I'm Count Classy. I'm an LGBTQ rapper, recording artist, and I am also a celebrity ghostwriter. So I literally impersonate celebrities, and I do it through lyrics, and I do it through social media. So when you think you're talking to your favorite celebrity, it's more than likely someone like me. Woo! First and foremost, I mean, I've been in the hip-hop industry now for, I've been ghostwriting since 2015, so about 6 years. Of course, my whole life, I've been listening to hip-hop, old school, new school, anything. I love pop, I love EDM, but I do appreciate all genres of music, and as a writer, as a lyricist, it's super important to keep your mind open so that you can develop new sounds, new signature styles, and that's something that I do at Count Classy. I want to try to develop new sounds and new styles and create music that has representation. I'm a queer artist, and I do it just to celebrate life. I celebrate positivity. Count Classy is full of energy, and I just enjoy every moment of it. Now, of course, I do smoke the good. I smoke the good shit. I will smoke anything that's offered to me, if it's cannabis, of course. But my favorite would have to be sativa in the studio, indica anywhere else. I do love a good hybrid. If I want to get creative, it's always with a sativa blend. And if I just want to sit on the couch and have munchies for days, I'll have a good indica blend in there. Hey MTV, this is Count Classy, LGBTQ rapper and celebrity ghostwriter, and welcome to my crib, y'all.
Yum. Does that come with extra cheese? Wow, we missing no meals. I'll cover the bill. This ain't a drill. We missing no meals. We missing no. And I'm stomping through the crowd like they know I'm here. Cause I'm chewing all the snacks, crunch loud and clear. I don't need your say, let me dip it my way. Let it all jiggle while we fucking on the highway. Damn, did I really just say that? Fuck them hoes, you're beautiful and fat. So strike a pose and holiday up my Instagram. Well, we don't give a damn. Oh, green eggs and ham. Wow, we missing no meals. I'll cover the bill. Supper time. This ain't a drill. We missing no meals. We missing no. Wow, we missing no meals. I'll cover the bill. Supper time. This ain't a drill. We missing no meals. We missing no.
Drive through combo number 2 with hot sauce. You want some beef? I get it steaming like a hot box. Ain't nothing free, I want deliveries right on the spot. Got some fire on my celly that make my pocket hot. I like my life with a little extra cheddar. Relish on top for a little something extra. They charge me a little more than leaving a stretcher. If you think 1 second, fuck you betcha. Shots ring out, bloody like ketchup. Freaky fast with the flows, might wanna catch 'em. Gravy overflow every time that I hit my strut. Come break this bread with shallow as I lift my cup.
Wow, we missing no meals. Missing no. I'll cover the bill. Supper time. This ain't a drill. We missing no meals. We missing no. Wow, we missing no meals. Missing no. I'll cover the bill. Supper time. This ain't a drill. We missing no meals. We missing no.
Are you gonna finish that?
I've been using cannabis now for about 12 years. I don't want to give away my age. I'm still young and fresh and full of fun. But I've been using cannabis now for over a decade, and I swear I live by it. It helps me just cope with life, and it helps me just, I think, be a better version of myself, a more tolerant, peaceful version of myself. I get to open up my mind. I get to explore creativity. It's just some good shit. And I must say, my favorite strain right now is through the OCS, which is the, for anyone who's watching outside of Ontario, it's the Ontario Cannabis Store. But it's legal strains, and my favorite right now is Cold Creek Kush. It comes in a Redican 10-pack. It's like little cigarettes, but they're super, super classy. And whenever I'm at an event or I'm doing any sort of meet and greets or any sort of signings, I always like to have it with me so I can just bust out a sleek, sexy Cold Creek Kush joint, because everyone loves to eat, everyone loves supper time. And I feature my bro, Shiloh. Shiloh is from the West Coast, currently now in Kansas City, but him and I were on Malibu Beach. We actually filmed a bit of the music video, see some lost footage, footage that never made it in this special. And together, like, his lyricism, his flow is super sick. We had a great time doing this song because it's such, my stomach's growling, Mr. No. You know, as a celebrity ghostwriter, I actually get to be involved in a lot of different projects. So whether it's writing lyrics for major music labels or just hopping on social media and helping with the digital marketing, it's super rewarding because you get to see and meet people outside of their comfort zone. And I say that because sometimes the comfort zone is like when you're on stage, you have like this energy that like enters your body and you do your set and you are like the superstar, everyone loves you. And then the minute you go to your green room, it's like sometimes you're literally witnessing a different person. And it's super cool. I'm not gonna spill any tea because I don't need any lawyers giving me any documents or papers. But I've been super privileged to go behind the scenes, backstage, all around. And I got to meet super like crazy talented artists. Salt and Peppa, Tone Loc, Vanilla Ice, Mace, Shaggy, Snoop Dogg, Biz Markie, CeCe Peniston.
Yeah, you already know who it is. Too classic for ya. Too classic for ya. Too classic for ya. Run on home to your mother. Too classic for ya. Too classic for ya. Too classic for ya. Say hello to your brother. We like to party. Shots. Drinking Bacardi, working your body. Born and raised on the street, where you fight for your meat. Wow, winners brag, but only I defeat, 'cause when the battle comes, they can't take the heat. I'm the hero. Oh, then you the zero. You use a chicken. Clack, I'm finger licking. Ripping the stripping while you're putting that again. I'm having a mission, fishing for that intuition. Ain't no cussing, no fussing. I'm out here, I'm hustling. With someone waiting there to give all my trust and keep it cool and classy. Not doing the nasty. Join my secret club, worldwide society. Don't bring no drama, no baby mama, no deadbeat dad's the best you've ever had. Too classy for ya. Too classy for ya. Too classy for ya. Run on home to your mother. Too classy for ya. Too classy for ya. Too classy for ya. Say hello to your brother. We like to party. Shots get us naughty. Drinking Bacardi, working your body. I'm making enemies, I'm making friends, yo. I shit on haters till the end. Whoa, I tie them up, brum, venom bite. You break flannel, webs too tight. Reppin' my nation, siren full fascination. Level keep hating, 'cause I don't need no validation. Ain't nobody want trash, they can get with this class. Looking pics of my past, so you can Instagram my ass. 'Cause you're so thirsty for it, can't even enjoy it. Gotta keep myself lit, but you ain't doing shit. True. You think you're such a hottie, shawty, revving my Bugatti, and I'm passing all the haters while they're giving me the finger while I'm too classy for ya. Too classy for ya. Too classy for ya. Run on home to your mother. Too classy for ya. Too classy for ya.
If you don't know who I am, www.countclassy.com. You can also book me on Cameo. I am super affordable, and I give the best shout outs ever. The perks of being a celebrity ghostwriter, I get to network, and I get to just be involved in all different types of really exciting news from Toronto to LA. The one thing you need to know, and I wrote about this in my interview with Authority Magazine, is that don't get lost in the facade of being someone who you're not. And when it comes to like the industry, the entertainment industry, the music game, it's so easy to deck yourself up in really expensive designer wear. You know, this is not really expensive designer jewelry. This is literally just for a look. But you know, there's some artists out there that'll like ice themselves up and they'll always brag about how much money they got. Well, unfortunately, that's usually not the case. The label will give them actually the money. And most of the time, a lot of artists, whether you know it or not, they're only one royalty check away from being bankrupt.
All right, that was part one, everybody. Count Classy. You got to represent everybody in the community, because our community is everybody, and he is pretty dope. Love that guy. Okay, so that was part one. We're going to go to part two here.
I'm getting Gucci here, yeah, fetching Fendi there. I got my brands on and nah, bitch, I won't share. I'm cruising in the fast lane, ain't looking for that big fame. Just wanna pay my monthly, compete in this rap game. I want that Lamborghini, I want my diamonds sparkling. I ain't a king, but I want a jewel-studded crown. Your ego, they talk. You crazy, they say. But who gives a shit as long as it's still payday? My boss is tripping. All week I'm hustling. Tonight we're going out for a Friday night. Fuck yeah. My paycheck's in the bank. I make the final call. We gonna buy it all. 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 Don't want the simple life unless I'm with Paris. Poppin' Molly, we emperors and empress. Enjoy every bump. Cause we running like we Forrest Gump. Run, Forrest, run. I see you coming back for a little fun. She's with my crew, and you want a quick lane. You ugly, she said. You showing dollar bills, but she ain't a stripper. You keep on touching her to please your little tipper. I see you creeping her. You coming up strong. She says no, you got no flow. You need consent, don't do her wrong. God damn, take a breath and slow it down. I ain't a king, but I want a solid gold crown. Now where's the cash bar? I need some alcohol. What do we want, bitch? I say we buy it all. My boss is tripping. All week I'm hustling. Tonight we're going out for a Friday night. Fuck yeah. My paycheck's in the bank. I make the final call. We gonna buy it all. 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 We gonna buy it
Hey, Count Classy, congrats on the launch of your new song. It's so important to support other queer artists. The more visibility we have, the more power we have, the more acceptance we have. So keep being real, keep being classy, and be you. Love you.
Oh, okay, so you're back. Well, I've been super lucky to be behind the scenes on many different artists and shows. I still have like this biggest imposter syndrome. I worked with a lot of super A-list talent, and I gotta introduce myself, but I gotta be like all cool, you know, like, yo, what's up? I'm Count Classy, hey, LGBTQ rapper from Toronto. But in my head, I'm literally like, oh my God, calm down, calm down, calm down. It is Beyonce. Just kidding. I haven't met Beyonce yet, but I've been to her concert. It is Nicki Minaj. Just kidding. I haven't met Nicki Minaj yet, but it's in the works. I've been mentored by Tone Loc, Grammy-nominated rapper, Funky Cold Medina, Wild Thing. I've also been mentored by George Brown of Kool and the Gang. Kool and the Gang is probably one of the most successful bands in the entire world. Celebrate good times, come on. You know, that song has been sampled everywhere in every commercial possible. And so with their advice and expertise, the number one thing that really hits home is just keep on going. Even if you think you're about on the brinks of giving up, just keep going. Make it another day. I get this question asked a lot, and it's who inspires you? Who would you want to like feature or collab with? And it always generally goes back to some of the great icons that have unfortunately left us. Whitney Houston, Prince, Michael Jackson, Selena. Those are some artists that I would have loved to collaborate with. And being a new up-and-coming artist, an underground artist with some mainstream connects, that's something that I could never, ever, ever do. I am so amazed by their talent. And that is something that I hope in my artistry, I'm around for years to come, because I don't want to be a come-and-go artist. I want to represent queer culture. I want to represent queer rap and hip hop. And I want to be that artist that future generations, when they're sitting in class and they're learning about music theory, they're going to learn about Count Classy, baby.
you clean, you know, you know, you know. So I calling on my witches. Has healings and feelings with no glitches. Sabrina, Kiki, the Blair Witch, the boss, the green face chick, and Belinda from Oz. Yeah, we mesmerizing, no, we crystallizing. Yeah, we the fresh bodies on the new horizon. Into my life, my heart, my soul. I know you want me, but honey, didn't you see how it ends? With the loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad, and I still miss of remembering what you had, oh, and what you lost, when the rain washes you clean, you know, you know, you know. When the rain washes you clean, you know, you know, you know. Whoa, whoa.
All right, that was number 2. A lot of cool info this guy has, man. I like his weed calls. It's pretty interesting. I'm always into good weed calls, man. Anybody knows a lot about weed, I'm always down with. By the way, Cam Classy's super nice when going back and forth with emails. And by the way, Tracy Lamoureux, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I never have, hon. You hooked this guy up, and I really appreciate that. So thank you. Check this out. Last part, everybody. I didn't play.
Hey.
All right. Well, that was weird. Okay. Well, I'm not really sure what happened there, but let's just let's go to. Let's see. What time is it? Sorry, everybody. It's 3:50. Okay, look at that. Boom. We are going to do Jesse Lavoie interview. This is the Toblerone guy. Okay. Now, yeah, I mean, I honestly, I'm not gonna lie, everybody, I have some reservations, concerns, some issues with the Toblerone issue. First off, I mean, it's a brand that Delta 9 are trademarked, so not really sure on that. But yeah, this is an interview. You should get to know him real quick, and then we're gonna go to 420.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Winnipeg 420 live stream. This is an awesome event. I'm so excited right now to have Jesse from Toblerone talking about the Constitutional Challenge, the Toblerone brand, and everything about Jesse. So Jesse, welcome, buddy.
Thank you for having me on, Steve. I've been watching your show for quite some time.
It's been a long show already, but it'll be a great show cumulatively with people like you involved. So I appreciate you being here, man. There's a lot of opportunity to really educate the people out there in the cannabis community regarding what you're doing, why you're doing it, and what we hope to get out of the end of it with this Constitutional Challenge ban. So I want you to give our audience maybe a chance to hear about Jesse, who you are, what you're doing, and maybe learn a little bit about the challenge and how we can be a little bit more active in our own regions or provinces regarding whatever we need to do to fight the cannabis legalization right now and make it better for all of us in turn. So, but right before we get to that though, why don't we medicate a little bit? It's 420, you know, time to medicate. I've got some Blue Dream in here. What do you got, Jesse?
I have a Lumapod. I'm smoking.
Ooh.
My fiance doesn't like the smell of cannabis inside, so I use oil pens inside and all my flowers outside.
Excellent. Excellent. Accommodations in a marriage, man. That's like the best thing to do.
Absolutely.
Right.
So enjoy your bowl there.
You too, brother. Oh, I love bong rips.
I have pussy lungs. Bong rips rip me apart. It's vapes for me that I use.
No, I don't blame you, man. As a chronic, I've developed a fairly big lung capacity, but also at the same time, I've got a pretty deadly after. So, you know, it's kind of a pick and choose thing. Although I got to tell you, those vape cartridges on the legal market that have recently come out are amazing. Like they blow the black, green, legacy market, whatever you want to call them. Those extracts just can't hold a candle towards the refinement and the terpene value and the quality that you get from those brand name cartridges on the legal market. They're amazing. I love them.
Yeah, they definitely taste good. They're definitely getting better effects and better taste out of them as time goes on.
Yeah, and I noticed that there really is a good variety of them out there. It's not just sorry, the typical, you know, oh, it's some heavy pink push.
Hey, everybody,
right.
let's just
No, there's
this
a
for a
bunch of them.
second. Okay, so well, I think I'm getting shut down. Let's just switch it up for a second because I'm gonna check on the music. So let's play some music, shall we? There we go.
Gonna smoke
smoke it all till there ain't no more. Call up my diesel, I'm at the back door, do it all again till my lungs are sore. 'Cause that's how it goes when you like to get high. Tell all your friends they can come on by. Got a newborn, wanna give it a try. Pass it around, we have a good supply. So pop that fast, cooking grass, hold it on in, don't blow it out fast. You know that smoke, try not to choke, 'cause before you know it, it's coming on back. Puff, puff, fast. Puff, puff, fast. Some people call the cannabis a marijuana. Some people call it weed, a pot, or even ganja. Some people say it's good to do, some people say it's bad for you. It puts me in the state of absolute nirvana. I like to smoke it in the morning when I wake up, and in the evening just before I go to bed. I like to smoke it in between those hours too, 'cause it stimulates my head. Puff, puff, fast. Puff, puff, fast. There's nothing wrong with the way I think. I don't get hungover like when I drink and still walk a straight line if you wanna see. But not right now, 'cause I'm a bit punchy. Unless you get high. Not saying you should, not saying you should, no. But when you get high, food sure tastes good. Sure tastes good. So let's roll, roll, roll a joint. Roll, roll, roll. Let's pack, pack, pack a pipe. Let's get high. Let's smoke, smoke, smoke it until it's cash. Pack another bowl and puff, puff, pass. Puff, puff, pass. So puff, puff, pass. Rose and grass. Don't go as high. Before you know it, it's coming on down. Puff, puff, pass. Puff, puff, pass. Puff, puff, pass. Hey, and I'm ready to go. Gonna smoke it all till there ain't no more. Call it my diesel, I'm at the back door. Do it all again till my lungs are sore. 'Cause that's how it goes when you like to get high. Tell all your friends they can come on by. Got a newborn, wanna give it a try. Pass it around, we have a good supply. So pop that fast, cooking grass, hold it on in, don't blow it out fast. You know that smoke, try not to choke, 'cause before you know it, it's coming on back. Puff, puff, fast. Puff, puff, fast. Some people call the cannabis a marijuana. Some people call it weed, a pot, or even ganja. Some people say it's good to do, some people say it's bad for you. It puts me in the state of absolute nirvana. I like to smoke it in the morning when I wake up, and in the evening just before I go to bed. I like to smoke it in between those hours too, 'cause it stimulates my head. Puff, puff, fast. Puff, puff, fast. There's nothing wrong with the way I think. I don't get hungover like when I drink and still walk a straight line if you wanna see. But not right now, 'cause I'm a bit punchy. Unless you get high. Not saying you should, not saying you should, no. But when you get high, food sure tastes good. Sure tastes good. So let's roll, roll, roll it up. Roll, roll, roll. Let's pack, pack, pack a pipe. Let's get high. Let's smoke, smoke, smoke it until it's cash. Pack another bowl and puff, puff, pass. Puff, puff, pass.
right, everybody. So I am getting word that for some reason, well, you guys don't want to see this. For some reason, apparently, some of our some of our Facebook people are saying that the stream is shut down. That's a little ironic. So what we're going to do is we're just going to stop the stream for a second, and we're going to restart the stream again. Okay? That's what we're going to do, everybody, because it's coming up to 4:20, so we want to be prepared for that. So that's what we're going to do. All right? We're coming back, everybody.